What is a patriot? A patriot is someone that loves Christ, country, and their family and neighbors. Someone who is willing to stand up for what's right. Although there may be a cost to them, someone who has overcome fear because fear is of Satan, willing to go the extra mile to do and show what's right. The only reason I'm on YouTube is because of God. I feel it is my destiny, my duty to do and say the things God shows me, or else I'm of no good to God at all. All patriots must stand up or risk losing God, country, and family. This is all of our destiny to do God's work. Thanks to all who watch my videos. But remember, it's not about us, but about our children, our country, our God. Thank you. And hello once again, everybody. I got a short list here tonight to say hello to, so maybe that'll make it a little easier, at least for the time being. Hello, Rocksteady. How you doing there, brother? Good to see you. Welcome. Miss Vicky Sorrells. Welcome, Miss Vicky. Good to see you. Cheryl Rich is here. Hello, Cheryl. Good to see you, girl. Welcome. Estua. Hello, Estua, and welcome. Good to see you. And I need to thank Estua for that very kindly donation last night of $50. Thank you, Estua. That's very much appreciated. Thank you. And Miss Susie Snedhead is here. Hello, Miss Susie. Good to see you. Silver Girl is here. Hello, Silver Girl, and welcome. Welcome to all you guys. And I know there's some other people on right now, so, it may not be very many people in here until, those other ones go off, and maybe they'll drop over here and say hello. Miss Susie D. Hello, Miss Susie D, and welcome. Good to see you. Van, what's up, Van? What's going on? Good to see you, Van. Welcome, brother. And Van let me know real quick last night that when I put and you got to remember now, when you put an old guy and technology together, sometimes good things don't happen. And so last night when I was, putting up the little thing on my community tab for tonight, I knew it was last night was Friday night. I don't know why I typed in, Thursday when I was supposed to say Saturday. But anyway, I didn't. And so that's what happens when you mix an old guy with technology. The Deal for real. What's up, The Deal? Good to see you. Welcome. Welcome. Well, I just want to know, is it cold enough out there for everybody? It's sure enough cold here. Man, I'm telling you what, today about 3, 4 o'clock, something like that, the cold front came through. And we had a little one yesterday, but today the big heavy duty one came through. And believe me, it got cold in a hurry. Van says, retired people don't know what day it is, Ronnie. That's right. Neither do us retarded people, Van. You can't blame us. I mean, we've got too many years of knowledge locked up inside our brain to let, one little thing get in the way of us messing up. So I always try to let everything mess me up best I can. Hello, Cheddar Prepper. Good to see you. Just a heads up. 4-year-old autistic boy missing in Alabama for over 24 hours. He has no shoes on, and can't talk. Temps will be getting below freezing at night. Please pray for him. Oh, definitely will, Cheddar Prepper, no doubt about it. And welcome, Cheddar Prepper. Good to see you, brother. Mr. Stephen Skiba. I hope I'm saying that right, Stephen. Welcome, brother. Good to see you. JM. My buddy JM is here. What's going on, JM? Good to see you. Welcome. Sharon Smith. Hello, Sharon. Welcome, girl. Good to see you. I've been reading about the UN having to shut their offices, a lot of their offices worldwide. And I know it says that they said it's because they're having financial issues and things like this. Well, I'm just wondering what brought those financial issues on. It had to be something other than the ordinary stuff. They've never run out of money before. Had trouble paying their bills, so why now? I wonder if it could have anything to do with those executive orders of Trump's. Don't know, I'm just saying. Sharon Smith, hello there, Sharon. Welcome, girl. Good to see you. Our announcer, Mr. William Kramer, is here. Hello, William. Welcome, brother. I live in Minnesota. I'm used to the cold. Well, if you live in Minnesota, you ought to be used to it. All I can say is congratulations and take this shit back up there with you, William. Chris C. Hello, Chris. Welcome, brother. Good to see you. And Miss Vicky Sorrells is here. Hello, Vicky, and welcome. And absolutely prayers to that boy. Let's see here. It's JM saying hello back. And then Miss Sharon Mercier. Hello, Miss Sharon, and welcome, girl. Good to see you. Let's see here. Mr. Cheddar Prepper. Well, that's a tongue twister. You can't say that fast 3 times, or I couldn't anyway. Sadly, the UN pays their bills, the American taxpayers' money. We get nothing for it. Oh, I agree with that wholeheartedly. But the thing is ask yourself why they're, I've never heard them running out of money before, is what I'm getting at. And I'm just wondering if it couldn't have something to do, with those executive orders. I don't know, but I'm just saying, it's a good possibility. What's up, Garrett? Good to see you, brother. Welcome. Now that Saban ain't coach anymore at the Tide, it's just top player after player entering the portal. Yeah, I've been hearing about that, Garrett. But, I also find it funny that not only did Saban retire, but there's at least 2 NFL coaches that have quit or been fired, whichever way you want to look at that. And let's see, there's another one. Where else is that? Might have been 3 of them. I don't remember, but it just seems to me like there's something up with all that. But I don't know, about all that crap. TJ, what's up, TJ? Good to see you, brother. Welcome. Travis says he's cold. Well, warm up, Travis. Man, I tell you what, I went and got me some propane yesterday, and got the bottles, prepared to go on, but the ones I had on there, and still have on there, had some more, still have propane in them. So, but they're the small jugs, is all I could find at the time. Mine are the jugs that came with my trailer here are about double that size that I've got filled and ready to go on now. But the problem is when I run out, I got to get out there in the cold to change them out. Boy, and it is going to be cold changing those things out. I don't know if my old bones can take it or not, but I got to figure out a way to do it. No, William. You don't have to share that with me. I mean, I can do very well without it. I guarantee you. I can't handle the cold weather. They collected almost $5 trillion in tax revenue in 2022, and we're broke. That's exactly the point. Exactly, Van. You could give them a... Well, see, it just seems to me that they're having problems being as maybe their money supply has run out of their way of getting it, that they're having trouble paying off all their... well, I better not say anymore. I mean, I just got, a warning the other night for something that... I'll tell you, the warning that I got the other night was so... I mean, it's one of the stupidest I've got so far. In that, I suppose, that now, not only do we have to be aware of the videos that we show, but we have to be aware of the videos that other people take to make their videos, their documentaries or whatever with. Because that's more or less what that said the other night, as however they put it, and I can't remember the exact words, but it's something like, you got to start paying more attention to, the videos themselves. In other words, I got to research where each one of these clips they come from, that they put in these videos come from. I mean, it just sounds to me like they're trying to, looking for more reasons to take us all out. And I'm sure they'll find it. Jam says, I have 3 20-pound propane tanks for backup just in case. Well, I'll tell you what, how cold is it up there, JM? Just by the way, I mean, I can't say it could be much colder there than it is here right now. Have you seen the heated jackets, Ronnie? Milwaukee and DeWalt both make them. Battery operated and last for a few hours. I've heard of them, Van. I hadn't seen one, but I have heard of them. And I'll tell you what, back when I was in the service, many years ago, I thought about buying me some heated socks because it was so cold where I was at. But they didn't advise, us doing that, because when you're out in the cold all day and your feet start sweating, well, it's you get more of a chance of frostbite than you do if you just wear regular socks. So I never did buy any. Mr. Arizona Conservative, hello there and welcome. Warm Arizona greetings, folks. Oh, you're more than welcome, Mr. Arizona. I guarantee you, I got plenty of cold weather here I can send you if you need to cool off some, Mr. Arizona. Won't charge you a thing for it either. In fact, just figure out a way to get it bottled up. It's Edward. All right. Nice to meet you, Edward. And thanks for watching. I appreciate that. Hit the Cash App. Sounds like Ronnie needs all kinds of warm clothes. Oh, absolutely. I definitely do need. You know what? I am going to have to go get me some coveralls and some long johns, because that, the coldest month of the year is not even here yet. I mean, Lord, that's February. So got a ways to go yet. Let's see, I was looking for JM. I was hoping JM would say how cold it is up there. Can you feel the temperature changes below 20 degrees? I think I probably could. I don't want it to get to 20 to find out, but it'll get there tonight. At least that's what we're told. Mr. Cheddar says, I was going to say it's colder than Hillary heart, but it's definitely not that cold. I hope it never gets that cold. I'm here to tell you, man, that's below the belt cold there. You know what's so unusual about it is that most, if not all, of the country is in this cold weather right now. Miss Marie Laveau, hello there and welcome. Welcome, Marie. Glad you can make it. 15 degrees there, JM says. Feels like 5 degrees with wind chill. Yeah, that's another thing. tomorrow and Monday, they said it's going to be, with the wind chill, it's going to be down below zero here. Man, I'm telling you what, that's just it's just crazy for Texas weather, and this time of year anyway. I mean, like I say, our coldest month is normally in February, but this month is not starting off good. Just another WR for Alabama. Oh, a wide receiver. Well, there'll probably be quite a few more kids enter that portal before it's all said and done because of St. Nick leaving. Exactly, JM. Ain't that the truth? So what? But see, you're missing the point here, JM. That's what it is. Us people farts, or our people farts, and the cow farts and everything, are what's blocking the heat from the sun getting down here to us. So it's still our fault, and global warming is the cause of us farting so much. It's a hell of an explanation, but that sounds about like something they'd say. Hello, Steve-O. What's up, brother? Good to see you. Welcome. Let's see. They say Monday will be in the 20s and in the teens Tuesday in Louisiana. I heard that. Thank goodness for fireplace. Well, all I got is an electric heater that's sitting right there, and my propane. When that goes out, or my propane that is, I guess I'll just freeze. I'll tell you what, I would go sit in my car with the heater cranked up, going as fast as it would go, and the window half down before I sit here and freeze. Cool channel name. Hello there and welcome. Never mind the chemtrails blocking the sun. That's exactly right. Exactly. St. Nick was on the Epstein list. I know, Vicky, you're absolutely right. And that's what I was getting at with all the coaches a while ago. It's exactly what I was getting at. But thank you, Vicky. So were these other coaches. And not only that, but, a lot of people stepping down, getting sick, supposedly sick. Like the people at one of the NFL broadcasts, all of a sudden they call in and they're sick. Well, what are they sick from, I guess, would be the question. But yeah, I need one of those too, Charlotte. And by the way, welcome, Charlotte. Miss Charlotte Martin. Hello there and good to see you. I definitely do need an electric blanket. And I did have one. I don't know what happened to it. When I moved from that house up here in my little travel trailer, a million things got lost. And that electric blanket I had was fairly new too, because we'd bought it for my wife, when she was sick. And she stayed cold all the time, and you could have her surrounded with heaters and she'd still be cold. So we got her that electric blanket. I mean, we had so many blankets piled on top of her already before the electric blanket. I don't see how they kept from crushing her with all the weight. I mean, there was a ton of weight there. But anyway, my electric blanket's gone. I don't know where it's at. Mr. John Black, hello there and welcome. Oil lamps give off enough heat to keep you from freezing in an emergency. I have heard that, and there's some out there that are very easy to make. Just out of stuff you find around the house. Mr. Cheddar Prepper says, I have my fireplace ready to go. I started my generator for 5 minutes and filled up 4 5-gallon gas cans today. My main concern is pipes freezing and busting. Yeah, that's all of our main concern, I would imagine. Definitely mine. Well, Van, why don't you go ahead and get me one? He says he actually seen electric blankets at Walmart for $25 yesterday. You could have traded that back in on one for me. Now I'm gonna have to make a trip to Walmart somewhere and find me one. Let's see here. Yeah, no kidding, Jim. And the problem here, in any trailer is all the walls are just 2x2, so there's not a lot of insulation in there. And it's always wise to keep the cabinet doors open, where the heat can get into the pipes, even when you're in a house with you can put a lot of insulation in. But this one here, have to keep the water dripping pretty good, at a pretty good drip, and the cabinet doors open. Plus, I got the heated the thing today to keep my outside water line from freezing up. So I hope it works. But we'll just have to see. The beautiful Miss Salt and Light is here. Hello, Salt. Welcome, girl. Good to see you. Welcome, Salt. John says, great channel here. Thank you, John. I certainly try to make it one. If they'd quit kicking me in the seat of my britches, it might be a lot better. Well, I tell you, the other night when that happened and trying to get over to Rumble and get everything back to working again was an experience. I don't want to experience that anymore. I mean, that wasn't no fun at all. I can just tell you right now. And when I finally did get it to working, I was so how do you say, frustrated, that I just threw my hands up for the night. And then on top of all that, they take me down right in the middle of the show and then give me a strike or a warning, which is the same thing. It just don't go against your record right then. But oh well. Latina, what's up? Good to see you, girl. Welcome. Welcome, Latina. Cool channel name says a 100 light bulb under a cabinet or in the rafters can prevent pipe freezing. Well, I tried that one time, and I learned the hard way that just a 100 light bulb won't do it, because I had a car sitting in the garage that didn't have antifreeze in it, and I love this car. But when I got home from work, I was too lazy to go back to the auto parts store and get, some more antifreeze to put in it. So I just hung that drop light out there as close to the motor as I could get it. And it only got down to 14 that night, but it was plenty cold enough to freeze my motor up and busted the head and the block. So that's the last time I tried that. Hey, Puddin'. That's me. I'm Puddin'. Jam says, get yourself a good winter hat and some warm hoodie sweaters too. Well, I got a bunch of hoodies, but I hadn't got any good warm hats other than my regular hat. Well, what y'all say? Y'all ready to hear the sword dance and get on with the show? We might as well, huh? At least we'll have that part done and over with. Although I always look forward to it myself. But, y'all might not, but I do. All right. Make this sucker big. Make it big, make it big, make it big, big. I don't know how it got to where it was at, but it did. Anyway, I started it over. Hello, Bruce. That's all of that one. I kind of agree with the cool channel name here. It says I don't know who is on whose side anymore. I don't even know if there is a side. Well, the only way I know to look at that cool channel name is that this fight is between good and evil. And so until there's enough evil wiped out of the world, then it's not going to end. I mean, just think how long it took all this to take place. What was it? At least 1,000 years. And I would say quite a bit more than that. But if you even give, if it even takes them a tenth as long to clear it up for them to get in, to get it back to where good people reign again, but it's still going to be at least 100 years. Believe me, I pray it ain't that long either, but it's in God's hands. That's the only thing I know to say. And Travis Joe only needs $100,000 to get right with the government. Van, would you send Travis Joe $100 so he can get right with the government? I mean, I know you can afford it. All that money you've been making repairing America or building America, you can do it. So go for it. All right, now let's see. Problem is which one I want to show first. That's always my problem, is figuring out which one I want to show first. Guess I'll go with this one first. And might as well. Can't dance, so it's up there. Not too awful long, 4 minutes.
Demons and the evil one, and how they are able to operate among us as the five-fingered being. The evil one is the actual person or being that is in charge of all of the other evil beings, and those are the demons. And the evil one actually has his origin as known as the Black Yei or Yeishin, and his primary goal is to be an obstacle, to be an opposition or the adversary to the things that are good, that are made good by the holy people and given to us. And he does everything in his power to make sure that he has some way perverted their effort. And the demons are the ones that help him. And they are not physical in any way beings, but they do have influence over so many of the things that are around us in a physical setting. And they can do things that are of the supernatural nature and actually have an effect on us as the five-fingered being. And the demons actually have about 4 different names that we apply to them as the way that they have power. And the witchcraft is one of them. And Atakash is another one. Ante is another one. There's a 4th one that I don't like to give a name to. And that is more of a physical type of an attack on the human body. If you are weak in a spiritual way or an emotional way or in a mental way, when those are combined, they can attack you. And it is that what they can inflict upon you is actually physical illnesses, and that can deteriorate your body to where it's almost nothing. And so those are the type of powers that they actually have. But in modern times, and that the influence on that the evil ones have, they take any type of form. They come in all sizes and shapes, either as physical five-fingered beings or even material type of things to distract us. And that is the main thing, is the adversary is always making the effort to distract us from the things that are right and good. And so it is that we have, in our own traditional teaching, what we have is the skinwalker. Skinwalkers are actual beings or people, the five-fingered being that have great knowledge of the dark side. And they are able to do the flat line and to actually be between here and the next world and in spirit form and able to do things to get around and do the evil that they can do. And that is very evil in so many ways. And so those are the ones that we call Yenam Doshi.
Hello, chessboard.
I don't like to talk about it, and the net don't like to talk about it. It is that they have control over so many things in the world today. The demonic influence on that is available, or we have, and it is always for distraction. And one of the main things that they attack in our present world and among our Diné is the family. The families are also always under some type of influence by the evil one and demonic forces. And so we have their efforts to make our families not stable, not united. And it is that they have that influence. And so it destroys the family.
Y'all give me just a minute here. I need to step out of the studio for a second and see if I can get Rumble going. I'll be right back. Well, I don't know what's going on with Rumble, but it ain't playing. So whatever the problem is, I guess it'll just have to be that way for tonight. Because to fix it, I'd have to go out and take another 10 minutes, and I ain't going to do that, to get it going. Mineral water, hello there and welcome. God gave us all free will. He will allow us to destroy ourselves, unfortunately. He certainly will, if that's what we so desire to do. But I don't think we're going to desire to do that. To be honest with you, I think, to me, this is what this is all about that's going on now. Is I think God has stepped in myself. And I just don't think for a minute that we're going to destroy ourselves. But he did give us that, that unction or whatever you want to call it, if that's what we want to do. I must have, William. I don't know, but I don't know. Rumble's been acting up all week long. Be on a while and then off a while and on a while and off a while. But whatever, when they, if and when they get up and running, maybe they'll decide to turn my video on. We'll see. Mr. Lauren Price, hello there and welcome, sir. Good to see you, Lauren. There you go. It is a choice. And I think that the good people of planet Earth or of Earth have made a decision that we don't want the Earth destroyed. And it just seems to me like a load of more people have gotten back to God here in the past few years than normally were. And I'm not talking about necessarily going to churches. That I just don't have a lot of confidence in myself. To be honest with you, that's why I don't even go anymore, because there's so many things wrong with the churches. You don't know, and the pastors and stuff. You don't know which one is. It's the lessons they mix in with their, their preaching and everything on Sundays. Which, first of all, the Sabbath should be on Saturday, but they can mix in just a little bit of whatever in their preaching on a Sunday and mess up everything, get your mind to going every which direction besides the way it should be going. It seems like I am, don't it, Van? Oh, well, they'll get over it. They'll get over it at least as fast as I will, I guess. And if not, oh, well. That's just the way it is. All right, now let's try this one here out. Of course, I know most of y'all have already seen this or a facsimile thereof, but we're going to do it again. All right, now then.
The devil may leave you alone. The moment you receive Christ as Savior, you're in for it. Unless you live on your knees and live in the scriptures and keep your guard up and have your spiritual armor on at all times. Because if you let down even one day as a Christian, you're in trouble. The moment you receive Christ, you see all the world is going this way.
What else,
You turn
Chap?
around and start against the tide as a Christian, and that's hard.
They got mad when I told them that sage is witchcraft, removing bad spirits with smoke like that. Get rid of that, it's crazy. I don't play them games with Satan, nah. Forcing things to happen ain't natural, that's just playing God. They trying to run me out the booth, persecuting me for telling the truth. They never knew. Nah. Somebody needs to go and give God an apology, cause we ignore his prophecies and just worship astrology. I don't care if you Aquarius or Sagittarius. God did not create it, he probably think it's hilarious. And all the Greek mythology nonsense, I ain't having it. And anyone who call themselves a god to me is blasphemous. We see 1111 and try to claim something. If it's an angel number, tell me what angel it came from. They can't. To me it look like it's another idol.
I just now remembered I better not play any more of that because it's got the music in it. And I wasn't thinking, I was just enjoying the music, but can't play it because it's got the music in it. So down she goes. And we'll just put something else up there, hopefully that don't have music in it. How's it going, Chap? Good to see you, brother. Glad you can make it over, Chap. Oh, and this is I think this is an interesting one here. Not very long, but interesting. If you know what I mean. Get back to the starting point.
It's Friday. Stop working. Start drinking.
I'm alive. When you call on me. When you call on me. When you reach for me. When you reach for me. I can reach to God. I feel that I'm alive.
Short but sweet. Now I'm gonna have to go over and put up a few more because when I was putting this on earlier, I had all the top part of my computer was taken up, so I don't like to overfill my computer, if y'all know what I mean. And if you don't, that's okay. All right, now then. I think I showed this the other night, but I wouldn't swear to it, so I'm going to show it again.
Is the U.S. debt clock hinting at Tartaria?
One thing that stands out very sharply as I'm reevaluating this graphic here is the pyramid that these two spires on the Capitol building make with this statue atop the Capitol. Now, this statue is called the Statue of Freedom, and it embodies an African, a Native American, and a white woman. Now, that's strikingly interesting to me because considering our history of slavery and seeing how this statue was commissioned in the mid to late 1800s, which is right around the time all of these Tartarian buildings were starting to disappear and the so-called quote-unquote New World was emerging. Now, I think the old world was far more advanced technologically and spiritually, and that a lot of it was destroyed and erased to start a new slave race. And it's as if they're mocking us with this statue here. I just have to go back to so many towns in America named Egypt, Israel, Bethlehem, Nazareth, Palestine, Jerusalem.
And shout out to Chatter for making that incredible analysis. Make sure you're giving her a follow. She made a really good point. Could this be aiming that we were the original Babylon, that we were the original Israel and Egypt? And once upon a time, we had ancient technology that gave us free energy, being able to empower human civilization to its fullest. But because we had these evil beings that came in and just wiped our memory clean from the real reality of what we truly had by controlling the media, the schooling system, our food, pretty much everything that we use nowadays, including the money, that we forgot about a world that once was so beautiful. Now we have that same technology coming back to help us reveal the real truth to the matter. This is why it's very important to know what you hold. Let's go.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Sound like he's a cheerleader for a football team there. Let's go. Let's go. But let's go watch another one. What do you say? I thought this one was pretty good myself. But we'll see how long it takes, to get another kick in the seat of the pants. I hope it's a long time. We'll see. Make sure it's showing over here. And it is.
Susie Krabacher, who has done something very dear to my heart, but it's also something that is very difficult to hear about. This is some of the most touching, but also excruciating detail you'll ever hear and view on this channel. But this is something that I feel really passionate about,
Butterfly,
and I feel
welcome.
needs to be brought to light.
If you want to believe it or go about your day and think that everything is just fine, okay, that's the way you live your life. But I really want to save these children.
You know what, Susie, why didn't we start by you telling me about the situation around child sacrifice? I imagine it's to do with voodoo and things in Haiti.
It's definitely to do with voodoo. I think the best way to explain it to you without being absolutely, I'm going to try to do it in a way that you can understand without having actually experienced or seen it. It is to do with voodoo. It's said that blood gives power, and especially if it is a firstborn child, the power of that blood is supposedly stronger, and it's done more for political purposes. So if, say, for example, you are the president of a country and you're having an election in February, well, and this has happened. I ran the abandoned baby unit inside the government hospital for 14 years. So one particular incident was a young woman came in, healthy woman, gave birth to a child on January 31st. And she was told her child had passed away. However, all of a sudden in my abandoned baby unit, I had a brand new baby boy. And it was healthy. And I always watch very carefully the healthy children because they tend to disappear. They are usually, the nurses at the hospital have a deal with an orphanage or orphanages that when a healthy baby is born, they will call the orphanage and say, we have a healthy one. It's newborn. What do you want to pay me for it? So they'll start a bidding on that child. Well, I didn't know that there was a ritual for political purposes of sacrifice for a child born, a firstborn child that was healthy. So this particular January 31st, this child came to me, and I knew within a few days the child would likely disappear. So I really told my staff, I want you to pay attention to this. Well,
Hello,
my
Karen.
staff also had deals with orphanages, so I didn't really trust them, but it was the best that I could do.
Oh my God.
So
Well, guys, has everybody got sound or no? Or I mean, I don't know if can y'all hear me? I hope this don't start all over again. Everything seems to be cool. Let's see. 5 by 5. Okay, great. All right, thanks, guys. And welcome, Care. Good to see you.
I went to the abandoned baby unit after going home. The next morning, I go back to the abandoned baby unit, and that baby is gone. I went to the morgue. I couldn't find the child, so I knew something had happened to the child. I always go straight to the morgue to see, because they always say, "Oh, it's mort, it's dead." That, you know, that's what happened to it. And so my ritual was always to go to the morgue, and ask me about that later, because I want to tell you what I have found in the morgue that shows evidence of
Hello, not
organ harvesting in Haiti.
Welcome.
So months later, I was reading the I think it was called the Sun Sentinel. It's a Florida newspaper. Lo and behold, on the night that child disappeared and this woman was told her baby was dead, there was a priest that held a ritual with a certain president who is mentioned in that article. The priest actually gave his name and told of how it was done. Okay, so this was actually in the paper. This guy was the guy who was telling the story, was present with the priest, the voodoo priest. He said there were two women present in this home in Port-au-Prince, and it was a sacrifice for power for the president to win the re-election. The article tells that the child was. Do you want me to tell you this or not? I don't know. If you
I think so. Yeah, I think we need to know, the
Okay.
extent of this.
So the child was put in a very large mortar
Hello, Miss
and
Lisa.
crushed,
Welcome.
and the fluids were drained, and they
Hello,
all
Mary
drank
Shay.
the
Welcome to
fluids
you.
from the strained
Angel Rose,
flesh.
welcome.
And this was supposedly to win the election, which this president did win the election.
And is this because I guess I'm just thinking about what people, listening to this, they'll just be saying, "Oh, come on, this just sounds like one." Do you know what I mean? So you're saying this is in the.
I thought the
Sun
same
Sentinel.
thing. I worked in that hospital for 14 years, and yes, I know that there is organ trafficking. I understand that as a fact because I witnessed the results of the children's corpses in the morgue. And one of my own
Sharon.
was a victim of that practice. So as
Richard Price,
far as this
welcome.
story, I didn't really believe it either. I thought it was sensational.
Hello, Miss Paula.
So I started my own investigation. I started talking to, I even went to the voodoo mambas in our village. And I'm going to tell you right now, any Haitian who is practicing voodoo,
welcome.
especially here in the US, are going to deny that this happens. I got nailed when I wrote my book, Angels of a Lower Flight, because I spoke of this stuff. Well, my social media blew up
Ridge
with
Runner,
a group
welcome.
of practicing mambas, which is a voodoo priestess
welcome, bud.
from New York, saying, this is a lie. Voodoo was sacred. We worship our ancestors. It has nothing to do with that. It's not true. So I started talking to, I have 100, at that time I had 165 employees. Now I have 123. Every one of my employees has a story of a baby in their village disappearing on a certain political event. And
Stephen, I've been looking for the description. I don't see it in the description anywhere. I'll put the link in the chat though, and you can find it from there if you want to. But I have no idea. It don't say, at least not where I can look at right now.
And I don't think that over 100 people would tell different stories with the same theme separately. I've talked to some of my children who have grown up and moved out of my orphanage, who are now living in villages, and asked them, can you talk to me about what you've seen? Have you seen babies disappear? And can you explain that to me?
Oh,
well,
what's up, brother? Good to see you.
Talk about sensational, and it is very sensational. voodoo runs through the veins of society in Haiti, and it's a religion of fear. Okay, so as I started going to the morgue more and more to investigate disappearances of babies, I started when the morgue director, I would ask him to please go and look and see if he had any new babies that had been brought in during the time of disappearances. So I took my my camera. Back then we did not have cell phones. So I took my camera and I took a picture of the logbook of the morgue, and, you know, babies. And besides each entry, cause of death
Thank you, Stephen.
is Lagarou. And I'm like, okay, they all died of Lagarou disease. So I went and
What's that?
I'm going to get ready to tell you. I went and asked my employees, you know, what is Lagarou disease? And they said, oh, it's not a disease. That
Hello,
means
Miss
werewolf.
Finder Sue. Welcome, girl.
They all died of werewolf. So in the voodoo culture, they believe that a bad person can turn into a werewolf, steal your baby. And this is so crazy. This is so crazy, but this is facts. These are facts. You can read a book called Travesty in Haiti. You can it's phenomenal. Some of the things that have been written about these sorts of incidences.
We should probably explain what you're doing out in Haiti in the first place, the
Yeah.
work you do and that kind of
Yeah.
stuff.
Mayor,
Okay,
hello
so my
there.
husband and
Welcome.
I started working in Haiti in 1994. I went down there, like so many do, to volunteer, to do a mission, maybe feed some poor people, hold some babies, and feel good about myself. I went by myself because I'm not one that likes to do tours or hang out in buses with large groups of people. So I just went by myself and asked when I got to my hotel, could I get a driver and go to where the poor people are? And I had some little bit of cash, not much, but I thought, you know, I'll just go pass out some dollar bills to these homeless poor people. Well, my driver actually took me to the poorest slum in Haiti called Cité Soleil. It's
Freedom
very
Farm
well-known
Fields,
slum
or
in
Fields
the Western
Farm. Hello and
Hemisphere.
welcome.
Also very well known for voodoo. My driver got there and it started getting a little dark. So I went back to get in the cab or whatever you want to call it, and he had left. So I was stuck there, didn't speak Creole. But back then the UN was in Haiti. They were occupying Haiti. So a lot of the littler kids were learning English. And Cité Soleil was occupied by the UN at that time. So a young boy, about 14, took me by the hand and, you know, explained, you can stay with my family if you want. So I spent the night with his family, got up the next morning, and it was like the Exodus, like in the Bible. There must have been, I would say 10,000 or more people just moving away from the slums into the city. And I thought I would just follow them to hopefully find a car with my little friend who had adopted me to help me find a car to get back. And I said, where are all these people going? He said, to look for food. So I found a ride, got back to the hotel. I started thinking, you know, with this little bit of cash, you know, I could probably feed 100 of these people. I called my husband and we talked about it. He said I could stay. I fibbed a little bit. I told him that I had lost my passport and that I had to stay, but I didn't really lose my passport. But I didn't think he'd let me stay. So lo and behold, I stayed for about a month and started a little program in the slum where we just fed beans and rice to the children. We found a little building. It cost me $20 a month to rent it. It was clean, and it was easy to find beans and rice and to find people to cook it.
That's quite a remarkable thing. You guys just did that on your own. You just went and you just set up like a kitchen and served food to all these people. That's pretty remarkable.
It really wasn't very hard, to be honest with you. This little friend of mine, Marcelin was his name. He became, like my third arm. He was with me everywhere. I started meeting with him every day. He showed me where to buy beans and rice. He showed me some little old women who wanted a job. I hired them to boil water and cook rice and
Hello,
beans.
Miss Karen.
And bought some paper plates, and we started. So I went back home after a month. I hired a director. I was paying him at the time, I think, $75 a month, and asked him to run the programs. And I would just come back after I raised money back home. I would come back every other month. I'd raise money, then go back, raise money. And it started, raising money to feed the poor was not very hard. It really came very natural for people to want to help. So within 6 months, we had over 500 children we were feeding. And then the problems began. The gangs were very active, and I was feeding mostly their children and didn't know it. But eventually they said, well, you have to feed us too. And I really didn't want to do that. But I was explained by my little 14-year-old friend that if you don't feed them, they won't protect you anymore. And I didn't even realize.
Why did you not want?
Well, because I didn't want to feed. I didn't want to feed criminals. These people were the same people who were raping women and killing each other, putting each other's heads on poles to scare each other. And I just really didn't want to feed them. But
plus, once you get involved, even helping them, then it's already, but by that point you are inadvertently involved, because you now realize you've been feeding their children.
Mm-hmm. So the kids were starving. I didn't feel at all, I knew I was doing the right thing by feeding those kids. However, when my little friend Marcelin said, you have to feed them for protection. And I didn't know I was being protected. I was quite arrogant about the fact that, they think they're protecting me, and I realized it was true. I started having my food stolen. I started having my employees harassed, threatened with rape on the way home. So I started feeding them. It was the lesser of two evils. There were 40 that I agreed to feed on a daily basis, but it was protection. And my husband's a lawyer. We agreed early on that we would never pay bribes because it's illegal. And I didn't want to go to jail for something like that. So food for protection, that seemed reasonable. After about 18 months of going back and forth, I realized that a lot of the kids were dying from things like malaria, AIDS, typhoid. And I wondered how could we get them medical care? Not being a doctor or, I graduated 10th grade. I didn't know anything about health care or nutrition, really. So they said, well, there's a hospital called the General Hospital. The acronym for that is HUEH. And they said, that's where we go when we have to, but we have to bribe the doctors, and then we have to pay for our medicine, and then we have to buy our own needles and our own gauze and bring our own sheets and our own water. So I thought, well, you know what? Maybe I can go to that hospital and I could buy the medicine for the people and the needles. And so I went with Marcelin, and we got to the door of the hospital, and the guard said, what's your business? And Marcelin said, oh, she's a missionary. And I got in. So I spent the whole day inside of the hospital in the pediatric unit. And there were so many babies that the mothers would be sitting there with a piece of paper that was a prescription and crying because they couldn't fill the prescription. So I just went around and I took all of the pieces of paper out of their hands, and I asked Marceline to go with me to find places to buy these medicines. And they sell antibiotics on the street. You don't really even need a prescription. They sell AIDS medicine on the street, syringes, and right outside the hospital, there were street markets that sold all these things because people had to go from the hospital and buy them. So it was really easy to find. So I bought $200 or $300 worth of this stuff, and the IV bags, the saline solution, and told the doctors that I would pay for the medicines if they would administer the medicines. Well, they wanted a bribe. So I said, well, I can't do that, but I can hire you. So I hired some of the doctors that were working for the hospital. That was a brilliant idea, if I must say, because they started actually treating the patients. They weren't treating the patients before because they said they weren't getting paid enough. And so they would show up to work at 7 a.m. and they'd leave at 10. And I said, if I paid you $100 a month, would you work all day and treat these patients? And they started doing it. So it became valuable to the hospital and very well liked by the doctors. And I just spent all my time in that hospital and stopped going to the slums because the slum was running itself. They didn't need me anymore as long as I was paying for the food and the rice. So I became obsessed with this hospital and saving these babies. It was wonderful. I was truly saving lives, and the babies would start going home healthy. And one day I was sitting holding a newborn who had AIDS, and I was playing with its fingers and just, it was quiet in the hospital, and I was enjoying this baby. And all of a sudden I thought I heard something like dogs howling. And, I thought, oh, well, it must be some hungry dogs. And I love dogs. So of course I went to find where the crying was coming from.
Well, she's supposed to be talking about the loss of her baby or somebody's baby, but I'm with you, Freedom Fields. I'm not really quite sure yet. I guess we'll just have to watch a few more minutes and find out. But I hear you.
And it sounded like it was coming from the back of the hospital near the morgue. And I opened this door, and it was really dark inside. It took some time for my eyes.
But this is in Haiti. From what I'm understanding about the whole thing, it's in Haiti. So, just so y'all know.
To adjust. And there was a very, very dim light coming in from under another door, no windows. And these howls turned out to be, it was all children, and they were all disabled children of various ages. Yeah, they were all disabled children. And the oldest might have been 14, 15, but you could see every bone in his body, and he didn't have any teeth. And then I started looking around, and there was one little boy. His name was Henri. I named him Henri later, and he's 29 now. But at that time, he was about 2, we think. And he was jumping up and down in his crib, and he was, trying to get my attention. And I looked at what he was playing with. I thought somebody had given him a doll, and it was actually a deceased little baby that he was playing with. I went over I took the child and I laid it against the wall, so because I didn't want him playing with it. And I think I was just in shock because I was trying to figure out, was I supposed to be in here? And why were these people in here, these children and older people, the older kids? and they were naked. One little girl, I named her Sandalani, and this little girl was laying in a crib with iron slats with no mattress, and she was screaming. I mean, that's where all the howling was coming from. She was screaming in agony and was exhausted from, her breath was, like this, and every breath there was a scream. So I thought I'd pick her up and, comfort her. When I picked her up, there was sort of a hesitance, and I put her against my chest, and then realized that my hand hit the back of her head and sunk into the back of her head, because the flesh had grown to the metal bars. And when I lifted her, it literally tore off the scalp.
Oh.
And I took that baby and walked to the pediatric section of the hospital, and I said, "You got to come with me. Come with me." And I was telling the doctors that you got to come with me and see these children. And they explained, no, those are cocoa bays. We don't take care of cocoa bays. No. I said, "I'll pay you." They said, "Nope, we do not take care of cocoa bays." I didn't know what a cocoa bay was. I assumed that it meant crazy children, because they were all acting crazy, screaming and naked. And so I just stayed that night. I sent Marceline out to get a lot of water, to get me some diapers, any kind of salve that he could find, something with
Let me thank Buffering for that very kind $3 donation. Thank you, Buff. I appreciate that, brother. Thank you very much.
antibiotic in it. And I just held him, and I felt horrible about what I did to Sandalani. And I determined the next day that I would find someone, I would take her into the pediatric unit and make it seem like she didn't come from that room, that she wasn't a Cocoa Bay, that she was just a new arrival.
Because what is Cocoa Bay?
It means less than human, because they were handicapped children. Every one of them had a handicap. So that's, I found out later why they were put in that room, because in the voodoo religion, a deformity is a curse that someone put on you or the mother while the child was in gestation. So you have to get rid of it. And that's where people get rid of their disabled children. Or in some villages, they I have another young man that we've raised who was a Cocoa Bay, and my husband and I found him in the mountains above our orphanage. He was tied to a tree, and he was probably 6 or 7, and naked, filthy, covered in mud. I couldn't even tell if it was a boy or a girl at first. He was so emaciated, and his genitals were utterly unrecognizable. We took him down to our orphanage and cleaned him up, and we've raised him. And he is now, I think he's 14 now. But this is the practice of euthanization of disabled children is very common in Haiti. I'm not talking like they inject them with anything or smother them. It's euthanization by withdrawal of nutrition and usually water. So we started realizing that room that I found, that those children had been put there and not fed or given water for who knows how long, and they were being euthanized. So I went to the office of the director of the hospital. He was actually a pretty decent man. Just had, his culture was does this. So when I explained to him that these children were locked in this room, he knew. And he explained again that those children are abandoned. They're cocoa bays. We can't take care of them. We don't have the assets to take care of them. And I asked, could I please take care of them? And he said, oh, sure. Didn't take me very seriously. He's like, oh, sure. Well, after several months, those kids were starting to get better. And by 8 months after I discovered them, there were now 57 children abandoned in that place. So I needed to get, he wouldn't let me give them medicine, and he would only let me give them a little water and a little food. But he said, if you're going to feed them, you have to feed all of the pediatric unit. He goes, it's not fair for you just to feed them. And I don't want you giving them medicine because they're not to live. And he explained that to me. But of course, I hired a doctor inside the hospital and said, they're not going to be cocoa bays if you treat them. Would you treat them? And I will show you that they will get well. Some of them, simply were crazy because they hadn't been treated well. They'd been beaten or caged all their life. So
Wow.
This doctor, I ended up hiring him full-time away from the hospital. I negotiated with the hospital that I would pay them $1,300 a month, which is a fortune in Haiti, if they would give me the room that I found those kids with and let me put windows, a toilet, a kitchen, and set it up as something nice. So they loved the idea of the money and they let me do it. I started hiring my own nurses and my own doctors, and the kids started getting better. Some of them did pass away. Sandalini passed away. But 57 children went home with me eventually. My husband and I took out a mortgage on our home and bought a home, a very large home in Port-au-Prince, and started raising them. Most of those kids are still with me today.
Wow.
They're in their late 20s, most of them now. But they are disabled. They are either mentally retarded or they can't walk. Some of them have congenital heart diseases, but we take such good care of them that they're really thriving. We have a physical therapy center, state of the art, that some wealthy people built for us here in Colorado. They gave us some money. We built it. We're now treating the entire village of handicapped children in Haiti. But I want to go back to the issue of the child sacrifices.
Well, first, can I just want to say firstly that I'm just, I'm amazed by what you guys have done. It's just the most remarkable thing, and you deserve a lot of credit for that. I also just want to ask, do you have, I suppose, pictures of some of the things, because I'm just concerned that
Yes.
people are going to get in touch, just like you said they will when you wrote your book, saying,
Yep.
what are you talking about, and all this stuff. Have you
Oh,
got,
they
you've got some
will.
of that stuff?
They will. Did I send you the photographs of my time in the morgue with the children who had been Stern Magazine, which is a European magazine that's somewhat like Time Magazine or Life Magazine? I was in Haiti I think it was 1999 or maybe 2000, still doing my work. And a Time Magazine journalist was doing a story on orphanages. And somehow he found out about me, tracked me down. And I said, orphanages is not a story here.
Oh, I'm
You
just
should
looking at the
follow-
pictures now.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
my
said,
words.
you should follow me for a day. And he said, are you for real? I said, I'm for real. Follow me for a day. First day, I took him directly to the morgue and I showed him there must have been 200 little children's bodies stacked like loaves of bread. I'm talking to you graphically because I am living this. And when I tell people, they don't believe it. I am living this. So if you want to believe it or go about your day and think that everything is just fine, okay, that's the way you live your life. But I really want to save these children. So I took him and he went in with me to there's 3 sections of the morgue. One is for children and one is for men and one is for women. So I took him to the one with the children. There is no refrigeration because there's no electricity, and they only clean the morgue out once a month. And we went through body by body, and I showed him but this is it's almost unspeakable, because when we were looking through those bodies, I found my son Jerry, who I thought an orphanage had taken him. My employees told me that an orphanage had taken him, and because he was a healthy little 3-year-old. And I believed them, and I was happy. Okay, yes, he got sold, but he'll end up with some wonderful, foreign family. So I was happy for him. But while we were looking through, and I was showing this Time magazine journalist, he was a freelancer. He was taking pictures, and he was there when I found Jerry. Jerry had incisions on his back where your kidneys would be, and he was a perfectly healthy child. So the photographer took a picture. I took Jerry out of there because I wanted to give him a proper burial, and we did that. But that's all on film. I also have the video. He took videos, so I have those living pictures of those couple hours in the morgue.
I suppose I get, so that, I suppose, is evidence of a lot of child mortality. Do you have that kind of evidence of that, that they were sacrificed or organs trafficked?
The organs were definitely missing. I didn't reach in to see if their kidneys were still there, but over 75, we had to leave because the orphanage director caught on to what we were trying to do, and he told us we had to leave. But they had incisions on their backs, and at that time, kidneys were selling for $31,000 per kidney, mostly being taken to Brazil, I was told. When I discovered this, I hired the hospital guard he's gone now, so I'm not going to get him in trouble. But I didn't think anybody was going to believe my stories, even though and the photographer told me that Time magazine would not print those stories. But he asked me, would you mind if I sold those pictures to Stern magazine? And Stern magazine, like I said, is a European magazine that's much like Time or Life. So all those pictures were published. And I think that we sent them to you. Did you see those pictures?
Yeah, well, I think just now, and it's really very difficult to look at. Bloody hell, some of these things. So yeah, terrible. And just the way
where you see me on the floor kneeling beside that child, that's Jerry.
Oh, I'm so sorry for what you went through. What does it feel like it being there?
I usually don't have any emotions until I get home. I don't think very much because I can't do my job, and I can't function if I start crying and getting upset. So I wait till I get home and I start processing things then. Right now I'm sitting in my beautiful home safely and I can talk about it. But going through it, you just do it. You just do it. I knew that if I could prove with photographs and videos that an enormous amount of children stacked up like that in 30 days is something's going on. That's not the only hospital, and it's not the only morgue.
Hello, beautiful Heather.
Those organs were being harvested in that hospital. That's why there were so many children every month, and it happened every month. They would clean out the morgue, and I actually followed. I had, I've worked a lot with UN people, and I was renting an apartment.
Just a guess, but I would say that the rich and famous are the ones who are wanting these organs and the ones who are getting them. It's an informed guess, but still a guess.
And with a bunch of UN men and women during those years, and they're like Navy SEALs. These guys, they're amazing. So I asked them if they would help me figure out a way to do kind of an investigation about how do you get rid of 300 babies' bodies every month? Where are they going, and where are they hiding them? So with advice, we hired the guard in front of the general hospital, paid him handsomely. The average salary in Haiti back then was $2 a day. I was paying him $300 a month, which was a fortune. I gave him a camera, and I asked him to.
Let me stop for just a second here and welcome all these people from Landon and Tiff's broadcast, Unspecified podcast coming in. Hello, Craig Jacob, and welcome, brother. Good to see you. Landon, welcome, brother. Very good to see you, Landon. Welcome. MLP, welcome, MLP. Good to see you, girl. And let's see, who else? I think it's about all for right now. It's all that I see for right now. Let's see. Mary Shea says Zelensky, Clintons, and Hunter connect those organ heart. Yeah, exactly, Mary Shea, exactly. And what Landon said here sure wouldn't hurt my feelings at all if y'all would hit the like button. Whoever hadn't hit it yet, if you would hit it, I would certainly appreciate it. Hello, Amanda Thomas, and welcome. Good to see you, girl. Welcome. All right, so back to the movie or the video.
Go every day and take pictures of the morgue and to pay the guy who ran the morgue, which he was very willing to take the money. And then I asked him, could you let me know when they are going to clean the morgue out? I would like to know how that's done and where they take them. So he called me, and I was in the US. So I called my staff. I had one of my staff members in on this. He's a Haitian man, very brave, real tough guy. I asked him to take our truck and wait outside the hospital and follow the dump truck when it came out. So he followed the dump truck to Tetayen. Tetayen is another, not such a bad slum, but it is a slum. And he followed it to the entrance of this slum and couldn't go any further because there were like gang leaders that would notice if he went in and followed them. But he followed them just to that slum. And then 4 hours later at dawn, when the sun was coming up, the truck left without the bodies in it. So we knew they were burying those children there. So I wanted to cause, I wanted to make this, I wanted to make it into the international news that this thing was happening. So I went to Tatayan. I flew from Aspen back to Port-au-Prince, and did my work. And then I went to Tatayan with some money and told the people there that we would be willing to help them with a water well, because I can do water wells. People love to fund them. So I said, I'd like to do a water well in your community, and I'd like.
It's definitely not Scientology. She's just telling her experience in Haiti. Is all basically that she's doing, MLP. So anyway, we'll find out exactly what else she's got to say as we move along, I guess.
Like to hire you to help me test the water here. And they said, no, don't test the water. And I said, why? They said, well, they bury bodies here, so our water is contaminated. And I said, would you please show me where the bodies were buried? And lo and behold,
Landon, she's, like I say, she's just talking about a kid that she adopted in Haiti and all of the bad things that go on there. That's basically it. And there's quite a few rotten things that have gone on there, to say the least.
trenches 3 feet deep, still had the fresh mounds, because I flew down within 2 weeks of my staff telling me where they were taking these bodies. So there were mounds, fresh mounds, 2 weeks later that were maybe 10 city blocks long. And I know that there were children under those mounds. So we didn't end up doing a water well there because, yes, the land, it would have been contaminated. But we did help that village in other ways because I wanted to keep my word. I've told this story every chance I get. I've written about this. It's been in one of the most renowned magazines in Europe, this story, with the photos that you're watching. I've gone to our U.S. ambassador in Haiti with the photos that I showed you. And the ambassador that I spoke to, I adore this woman. She's now the former ambassador, but I still talk to her once a week. She couldn't do anything. The State Department didn't want to hear about it. They didn't want to know about it.
Awful. Tell me about, so that's the organ trafficking and organ harvesting. How do we get from there to proof of child sacrifice? If you would interview or want to interview some of the people that I know who have witnessed it, I called my friend he's a diplomat in Haiti. He's well known to our government here. He told me with the Prime Minister of Haiti. So we were sitting in his living room in Pétionville, one of the wealthy areas of Port-au-Prince. And I was about ready to quit my job there because I couldn't get anybody to help me. My contract with the government hospital, they kicked me out because I was telling these stories. I was no longer able to go in and help the abandoned children there. I was just ready to quit. And my friend, we'll call him John, invited me to his home and he wanted to encourage me. And I showed up and the Prime Minister of Haiti was there. She said, I want you to know that what you have been talking about is true. You're not crazy. It's true. She said, I'm resigning. I'm leaving this country. I've given my resignation. I'll never come back here. And who was that? The Prime Minister of Haiti?
I can't tell you who it was, but it was a woman. And in the time frame that we're talking about, it was between 2000 and 2010. Let's say that, okay? And that's all I can say because this was a confidential meeting. And she said, please don't stop your work. She said, but be careful. Be careful. You are not going to be allowed to continue to talk like you're talking. And, I don't care. I really don't care. I don't have children of my own. I have adopted, I'm the legal guardian, my husband and I, of 119 children. Most of them are what they call Cocoa Bays. Most of them are disabled children. And we take more in every time one passes away due to, their diseases. We take another one. And we will continue to do that long after I'm gone, because our organization is, it's there for the long haul. Haiti won't kick us out because we are one of 2 organizations that take disabled children, and they don't want to take care of them. And now that people know that they euthanize them, they're not able to do that so freely anymore.
Wow. So it makes a big difference. So I gather with the case of, child sacrifice, there's a long history of sort of voodooism and sort of Central African religions mixed with Catholicism, and it's sort of mixed and gone a bit.
You did your homework.
Different.
That's exactly what it is. That's exactly what it is. In the Catholic religion, there are saints that are worshipped, not worshipped, but, they're given honor to. In the voodoo religion, they have loas, and these loas are different demons. They won't say that they're demons, but they're demons. And in our village, we knew that the women in our village were letting their disabled children die. And they would take the disabled person to our priest, who I visited, saw some horrible things, and I wrote about it in my book in detail. And he encourages these women that if they pay him, they are allowed to take their child to a place called Luli and throw that child off the cliff into the ocean. And if they pay him, it's not a curse. They're free, and they're rid of the child. So I have this physical therapy center for disabled children inside of our orphanage village, which is about 20 acres, and we have a lot of facilities there. So I sent out people on donkeys with megaphones up into the mountains, where there's probably 20,000 people up there living in the mountains, and on megaphones with T-shirts on their backs, with a phone number on the back of the T-shirt, and on the megaphone in Creole saying, if you have a disabled child, do not harm it. Do not, I said give it away, but I really meant kill it. So we started getting phone calls, because keep in mind, in Haiti, cell phones are given away by a company called Digicel. And I don't know if they still do it, but they did back then. And they're free. So people are forced to buy minutes, but the minutes are cheap, and almost everybody has a cell phone, even if they're dirt poor. So people started calling us, and we would invite them to come to the campus, and we would take care of their disabled person and feed them while we did physical therapy on these kids. And most of the time it was really only club feet or a crooked arm or leg, or, a deformed hand or something. And in the cases of the club feet, it was very easy for us to, do braces for, a long period of time and teach them how to keep bringing the child back. And we would pay for the donkey ride or the dirt bike ride to get them there. So we had all of these women starting to come to us. They'd get their nice free meal. If they wanted, they could take a shower. There's no running water in the village. And they could sit around all day and talk to other women who had Cocoa Bay children. And they started realizing that there was a real community, that about 15% of the people in that village had a disabled child. They don't have prenatal care. So a lot of things can happen. So this community of women became a strong group. And even though they were still somewhat ostracized from their villages, they were getting treated royally by coming having a meal, taking a shower, and watching their child be cared for by our doctors, our therapists, and given all the free medicine and treatment they needed. There's an organization who supports us in this work. Jack Nicholas, his foundation pays for all of that. And so we can do it for anyone who wants it. So now we have this massive community of women who have started talking to me freely. And I've asked them, can you tell me what
Me too,
they do
remote.
at Luli? And they told us, that's how I know about the priest. They pay the priest and he sanctifies, getting rid of the child without a curse. So this is still happening because not all women want to take the time to come down the mountain and, have their child treated. Some would rather just get rid of it.
Oh my God, it's horrific. And it makes me wonder about humanity. Susie, what can people do to help what you're doing? HaitiChildren.org is my email. Susie at HaitiChildren.org is my email. And I'm probably going to get a lot of hate mail, but everything I'm telling you, I can prove. And if you ever want to interview other people about this who probably won't want their face seen, but that they'll talk. And then HaitiChildren.com is our website. We have to raise funds to continue the work, and we're saving little kids. I wish that Haiti was safe enough right now for anyone who wanted to come and visit us to come, because only 2 years ago, we were bringing people to stay with us and to see the kids that I found in that back room near the morgue. And they're walking around the campus. They're our little ambassadors. Some of them are in wheelchairs. We've built sidewalks so they can go anywhere they want. They go to school. We've built schools. We feed over 3,000 school children right now in the area. And, our work is really important. It really is, Susie, and I'm amazed. I'm just amazed by what you do and in awe of you. So, thank you so much for the work you do, and thank you for being on the edge.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Susie.
And that was a pretty good video, I thought, all in all. And hello, Southern Belle, and welcome, girl, and remote viewer. Hello, and welcome to you. Good to see both you guys. Welcome. All right, now, and I'm going to, got a little bit, I'm sure, most people seen this, but about the National Guard, Texas National Guard here at the border. So I'm just going to show it. And look, they put razor wire up and all, and these people are coming through the razor wire anyways. So the National Guard is kind of trying to, push them back with their riot shields or whatever you call them. I mean, man, I could think of a much better way to do it myself, but whatever. Man, it just pisses me off so bad to watch that kind of stuff, coming across our border like that, because, I mean, if you got the National Guard down there and the Highway Patrol, which they do, then why not actually stop them? I mean, they're just coming right under the wire like it's not even there. I mean, man, I just don't see the point in having our National Guard out there. Yeah, exactly, Charlotte. Roll it out tighter and dig deep in the ground, because that's what they were doing. They were just digging under it and coming right under the wire. I agree with that too, Lauren. I definitely agree with it. So what's happening here, at least in my opinion, is that the people of Texas are having to pay a lot of extra taxes for all this stuff that's going on at the border. I want it done, but I want it done right. If they get through one set of razor wire or one strand, it will have another strand there. So they had to dig two, whatever. There's ways you can stop these people if you really want to stop them. What I'm saying is quit making the people of Texas or any other state pay for stuff when you're not even half-assed trying to get it done. Razor wire fails, man. No kidding, chap. No kidding. Couldn't agree more. And exactly, Buff. They certainly could be, but they undoubtedly don't really want to stop them, and that's exactly what I'm getting at. They don't want to stop them, or they would. Always. Yeah. Sorry you have a headache, Miss Lisa. Hope you get rid of that sucker quickly. It is ridiculous. But I don't think it's going to be full until they figure they have enough people to do what they want to get done with, in this upcoming November. But then who knows? I mean, something tells me there's more going on there at the border than what we're seeing or, being let in on. But I sure would love to know what it is. Probably never will know, but it sure would be nice nonetheless. All right, let's see here. Go ahead and play this one, I guess. Is it showing?
Great academies of the rabbis were established and thousands of new laws formulated.
Just a little bit more on, the Jewish dilemma that's going on in New York City and all the stuff that has surrounded it over the years. This right here.
There, those same Pharisees who killed Jesus Christ remain the undisputed rulers of Judaism.
In Babylon, the Pharisees codified their oral traditions into the Babylonian Talmud, the written form of that oral tradition which Jesus so bitterly rebuked. The Talmud reveals how deep was Israel's apostasy. The Talmud also helps us understand the basis for Christ's unflattering descriptions of the Pharisees.
Jesus described the Pharisees as hypocrites, children of hell, blind guides, whited sepulchres, full of dead men's bones.
Welcome, Miss Karen. Good to see you, girl.
Children of their father, the devil, a murderer from the beginning. The Talmud confirms Christ's words. In the Talmud, in Treatise Sanhedrin, an extensive passage describes the right of the Pharisee to kill anyone, just as long as he did so indirectly. As one of dozens of examples, the Talmud tells us that if one bound his neighbor and he died of starvation, he is not liable to execution. In such an indirect manner, the Pharisees also killed Christ. Manipulating the Romans to actually wield the spear and sword, the Pharisees claimed, as their descendants do today, that since the Romans were the direct cause of the death of Christ, it is the Romans, not the Jews, who are guilty. Christ also called the Pharisees adulterers, an adulterous generation. The Talmud provides generous loopholes for adultery. It says the penalty for adultery does not include sex with a minor, the wife of a minor, or the wife of a heathen. The Talmud also encourages seduction of unwed adolescent girls called designated bondmaids. But it's important how such rapes are performed. With the designated bondmaid, one is guilty only in the case of natural connection, but not in the case of perverse connection. The Pharisees reasoned that rape in a perverted manner is outside the jurisdiction of the law. Normal rape, however, was punishable. In Babylon, sexual perversion of every kind had been a way of life for millenniums. The Pharisees were deeply influenced by such practices.
In 3 of the major treatises of the Talmud are found extensive passages which give legal endorsement to seduce and marry 3-year-old baby girls. In fact, many of the greatest rabbis of the Talmud, including Simeon ben Yochai, upheld this privilege. Today in Israel, thousands of Jews go to Meron every year to venerate the memory of Simeon ben Yochai, one of the most respected rabbis in the history of Judaism.
In one of dozens of endorsements of child sex, Simeon ben Yochai said, "A proselyte under the age of 3 years and a day is permitted to marry a priest." Agreeing with ben Yochai, the great Rabbah said, "When a grown-up man has intercourse with a little girl, it is nothing, for when the girl is less than this, 3 years and a day, it is as if one put the finger into the eye." The footnote to this passage says, "As tears come to the eye again and again, so does virginity come back to the little girl under 3 years."
Heavens to
The
Murgatroyd.
same section confirms that sexual activity with small boys is in the same category. The intercourse.
Well, that's the first time I ever heard that crap about if you're 3 years or under, virginity just magically comes back to you once you've lost it. Whether you're a boy or a girl, that's total bullshit. My goodness.
Of a small boy is not regarded as a sexual act. In addition to adulterers, Christ, in the story of the Good Samaritan, portrayed the Pharisees as racial bigots, too self-righteous to respond to the suffering of one who was not a Jew. It is true, because of the wickedness of the Canaanites, which included sodomy and infant sacrifice, Israel had been commanded by God to be harsh in her treatment of the inhabitants of the land. God made it clear that the Canaanites were not simply to be avoided, but destroyed. By the time of the New Testament, this method of preserving God's kingdom by separation and the sword had become obsolete. God no longer made a racial difference between men.
But the Pharisees were unfazed by God's new agenda. The Talmud was finally written down nearly 5 centuries after Christ, yet its critical, even homicidal attitudes toward Gentiles might have been lifted out of the book of Joshua. However, the quickest way to grasp the Talmudic view of Gentiles is not directly from the Talmud, but from the Jewish encyclopedias. If we quote an isolated opinion from the Talmud, a rabbi may quickly object, saying, "But that is not the overall opinion of the Talmud. That is not the definitive view." What the Jewish encyclopedia provides us is a definitive overview of perhaps hundreds of rabbinic statements on any subject, giving us accurate summaries of what the Talmud generally teaches.
In its article on Gentiles, the Jewish Encyclopedia begins to define what makes a Jew so different from a Gentile. According to the rabbis, only Israelites are men. Gentiles they classed not as men, but as barbarians. Since Gentiles are not men in the fullest sense, so the Gentile is not a neighbor of a Jew. Further, since Gentile laws were too crude to admit of reciprocity, meaning too crude to be taken seriously, the Gentile was forever beneath the Jew. Gentiles were outlawed by God from the beginning, and thus had no property rights. The Almighty offered the Torah to the Gentile nations also, but since they refused to accept it, he withdrew his shining legal protection from them and transferred their property rights to Israel, who observed his law. Since the Talmud outlawed the child, or issue of a Gentile, as that of a beast, a Gentile had as little legal rights in a Jewish court as did an animal. The Talmud states that if a Gentile sue an Israelite, the verdict is for the defendant, the Israelite. Conversely, if the Israelite is the plaintiff, he obtains full damages. Because the Talmud conspires against Gentiles, if a Jew was ever caught telling a Gentile what the Talmud really says, such a person deserves death. So vile was the nature of a Gentile that the great Simeon ben Yochai said, "The best among the Gentiles deserves to be killed. The best of snakes ought to have its head crushed." Jews, however, are exalted beings in the Talmud, worthy of praise. Christ described the Pharisee who blessed himself, saying, I thank thee, Lord, that I am not as other men. An eminent Talmudic rabbi says the same. Blessed be thou, who hast not made me a Goy, or Gentile. There is a special antagonism between the Talmud and Jesus. The Talmud attacks him everywhere it can, even his mother. Mary, the Talmud says, was a whore who mated with carpenters. She who was the descendant of princes and governors played the harlot with carpenters. It naturally followed that the scribes declared Christ to be a bastard. In its article on Jesus, the Jewish Encyclopedia says that Jewish writings defame Christ. It is the tendency of all these sources to belittle the person of Jesus by ascribing to him illegitimate birth, magic, and a shameful death. Jesus, according to this article, was considered one of the 3 worst enemies of Judaism who came to an ignoble end. The Talmud says they subjected him to 4 deaths: stoning, burning, decapitation, and strangling. The Talmud also says he is now in hell, punished with boiling hot excrement. What is Christ's advice as he speaks to us out of hell? The Jewish Encyclopedia quotes Jesus as telling us above all to bless the Jews. He says, further their well-being, do nothing to their detriment. Whoever touches them touches even the apple of his eye. Christians, as followers of the false prophet Jesus, also deserve death. The Jewish Encyclopedia again recaps the Talmud's position. A Gentile observing the Sabbath deserves death. The testimony of a Christian was not admitted in evidence in Jewish courts, and an Israelite who found anything belonging to one who was a Christian was forbidden to return it to him.
The Pharisees, through their Talmud, thus gave the Jews an ethic which encouraged bigotry and isolation. But it did worse than that. It invited persecution. By the 11th century, the inhabitants of Babylon, growing weary of the self-righteousness and dishonesty of the Jews, expelled them to the West.
That's part of our faith. They had to read the Bible, the Torah. And that carried the Jewish people as a unique people of the book, as we called it. The people of the book not only knew the book, they could read the book. The capacity to ask questions, which is what the Talmudic tradition did across Jewish communities. It never defined the end of knowledge. It never put an exclamation mark on truth. It was constantly questioning, expanding, growing, exchanging between communities, between great scholars and their students. It never ended. It was always iterative. This culture exploded when the walls of the ghetto went down. This same tradition, this same culture is part of us. It's deeply ingrained in our culture, in our thinking, in our traditions.
Israel's fight is our fight. We are one. We are united. We will not be discouraged. We will not be defeated.
All I can say is that I hope no one pays much attention to this chump here, because in my humble opinion, he is not teaching the truth either. And like I said a while ago, this is one reason why I don't go to church anymore. I'm sure there's a good one around here somewhere, but I'm too old to be sitting in pew after pew, church after church, looking for that right one. I'll just wait until God comes back or takes me home to find out the real story or the rest of the story. And I don't think I'm going to find it in a church like his.
We will not be intimidated. We will not sit down. We will not be silent. We are the worst nightmare of the anti-Semites of the world. The victory is going to be ours.
I don't care. Good. I hope the Jews did kill Christ. I'd do it again. I'd fucking do it again in a second.
Leave. You can't come in here. This is not your house.
This is not your house. We killed Jesus. We're proud of it. Where are you? We're gonna kill you and the Palestinians. You bastard. This is my house. This is my land. God gave it to me. And fuck you.
When they circumcise little boys, the rabbi actually puts his mouth around the penis and sucks the blood. I am not making this up. This is Talmudic Judaism, and this is what is being carried out in Israel. So for those who want to support Israel, especially the idiot Christian Zionists, my God, how stupid are you? These people hate Jesus Christ, and they definitely are using you like a bunch of idiot pawns for their own sick and twisted game. That is the reality.
Absolutely. Well, I tell you what, if that didn't awaken a few people, and I hope I wish there was 1,000 here just to watch that one video, but sadly they're not. But I mean, you know, it makes it very hard, at least for me, and I'm sure a lot of other people too, to go to church, because you know, with me, when I'm sitting in church, I'm all the time asking myself, does this guy know what he's talking about, or is he teaching something that I should believe in? You know, if I can't believe in what the preacher, the guy who is the leader of the church, if I can't believe in what he's saying, well, then there's no point in me going. And I have read the Bible many times, so I've got a good idea of what God is, and I don't need some guy up there that's got one foot, you know, in with God and the other foot in with Satan, telling me how I should be living. Wolverines, what's going on? Good to see you there, brother. Welcome. All right, let's see now what else we got here. It's a show.
The Epstein file dump reveals disturbing revelations. Donald Trump drops massive election fraud report, and Florida's Surgeon General has made a monumental move, calling to remove all mRNA COVID injections off the market. I'm Maria Z of ZMedia.com, and this is Vigilant Fox's Media Blackout. Happy New Year, everyone, and welcome to our first broadcast for 2024, which, let me say, has already started off with a bang. We're very much looking forward to a power-packed year with you all, joining us for the real truth in the news, things the legacy media simply will not tell you. In our last broadcast, we covered the upcoming release of the Epstein documents, and already we've seen a trove of them released. We want to look at some of the information we currently know, and needless to say, this will be an ongoing story, we're sure. There has already been much speculation about what the implications are for some of these named individuals. Some, according to witness testimony, are accused of sexual crimes against minors, and others are named without specifying the nature of their potential crimes. The FBI still has video evidence that needs to be released, and the question the public should be asking is, why are any of these people still walking free? Bill Clinton was last spotted gallivanting around Mexico, according to eyewitness reports, we're told. Well, nonetheless, we do have some information that needs to be considered about important individuals, so let's take a look at what we know so far from the documents. Our number 10 story this week, Bill Clinton, Michael Jackson, and Stephen Hawking at an orgy. Here's what we know so far. Bill Clinton was mentioned in the documents, stating, quote, he said one time that Clinton likes them young, referring to girls, end quote. Michael Jackson, one accuser was asked about, and they said, did you ever meet anybody famous when you were with Jeffrey? To which she replies, I met Michael Jackson at Jeffrey's house in Palm Beach. However, the accuser did say that she was not forced to perform massage on the pop star. Prince Andrew, according to accuser Johanna Sjoberg, Prince Andrew touched her breast while posing for a picture with a puppet of himself. Ghastly account there. Alan Dershowitz, who has vehemently denied all accusations but allegedly came pretty often to Epstein's Florida mansion and got massages while he was there, according to accuser Virginia Giuffre. And Stephen Hawking. Now, I mean, it's almost laughable and, again, ghastly, if I can use that word, that Stephen Hawking has been revealed here. According to Sjoberg's evidence, there is an email from Epstein to Maxwell in which he says she should issue a reward to any of Giuffre's associates who can disprove her allegations. Hawking was photographed on Epstein's Pedo Island in March 2006 as part of a trip to a nearby science conference, and a screenshot from the court documents is, I mean, horrendous. The question is asked, did Jeffrey ever talk to you about Stephen Hawking's proclivities? And the person responds, yes, he liked watching undressed midgets solve complex equations on a too high up chalkboard. Now, there have been some speculations as to what they mean here in these documents. Were they actually midgets or young children? We don't know for sure. Al Gore. Giuffre previously claimed that the former VP traveled on Epstein's carbon-spewing private plane. However, he has not been accused of any wrongdoing. Bill Richardson, the former and now deceased New Mexico governor, Giuffre says that he was among those whom Maxwell directed her to have sex with. George Lucas. Sjoberg was asked in May of 2016 if she'd ever met or given massages to several other high-profile celebrities, including George Lucas, which she did deny. David Copperfield. Sjoberg says she also met famed magician David Copperfield, saying that she observed him to be a friend of Epstein's. Naomi Campbell, who flew on Epstein's private jet, according to previously revealed logs from pilot David Rogers. In 2019, Campbell did admit that she knew Epstein, saying that she was introduced to him on her 31st birthday by her ex-boyfriend Flavio, an Italian businessman who's been convicted of fraud. And he was always front and center at Victoria's Secret shows. Kevin Spacey, who Johanna Sjoberg denied meeting, but traveled to Africa with Bill Clinton on Epstein's plane in 2002. Donald Trump, who notably did not receive a massage at Epstein or Maxwell's request. And we have another set of documents unsealed, minor victim traffic to prominent American politicians to obtain potential blackmail information. We see that according to the second tranche of documents obtained by the Gateway Pundit and reviewed by this reporter, one Epstein victim, a minor teen dubbed Jane Doe 3, said that she was trafficked to prominent American politicians to obtain potential blackmail information. Epstein also sexually trafficked the then minor Jane Doe, making her available for sex to politically connected and financially powerful people. Epstein's purpose in lending Jane Doe, along with other young girls, to such powerful people were to integrate himself with them for business, personal, political, and financial gain, as well as to obtain potential blackmail information. That's the document describing Jane Doe 3. Witness testimony detailing Prince Andrew's sexual abuse of a minor teen was revealed in the second set of unsealed documents reviewed by the Gateway Pundit. And another witness, a minor teen, described how she was forced to recruit high school girls for Epstein and his circle of powerful friends. Question, did you bring other girls to him? Answer, yes, I brought friends over. Question, and were they also of similar age to you? Answer, yes, they were my peers. Question, high school girls? Answer, correct. And then it goes on to question her about massage experience. And she says, no, they didn't have massage experience. And the question here, what he wanted at his house was young high school girls under the pretense of some massage. Is that fair? And the witness says, yes, that's fair. I mean, I have to think sometimes I would go over and I would just swim and I would get paid, or I would take a nap and I'd get paid, or I would just hang out and I'd get paid. So that should be in my statement as well. And we see a screenshot here posted by Technofog on X of the court documents where the question is asking this witness, and at the time you are 15, 16 or 17 years old. The witness answers yes. The question asks, you were told to bring other girls to his house. The witness says after a while, yes. And the witness adds here that Jeffrey took my clothes off without my consent the first time that I met him. More on Bill Clinton and his threats to a publisher to protect Epstein and thus himself. Bill Clinton walked into Vanity Fair and threatened them not to write sex trafficking articles about his good friend, Jeffrey Epstein. And I think this is important here. Technofog says the Epstein method of operation is well known at this point, but it's important to see the words of his victims. One victim brought the other high school girls to Epstein, and Epstein wanted her, quote, emancipated so that she could live with him. Now, Megyn Kelly has left the world on a bit of a cliffhanger with her recent comments that we may soon hear directly from Jeffrey Epstein. Let's take a look at that clip.
Fascinating, and we're not done with.
Good night, Freedom Fields Farm. Appreciate you hanging out with us there, and I hope you come back for more the next time I'm on. We'll see you on the next one, hopefully.
With Jeffrey Epstein. I can tell you that for a fact. Can't tell you how I know, but I can tell you for a fact we're going to hear a lot more about Jeffrey Epstein in the coming year, and you may be even hearing from him directly. More on that as I'm allowed to tell you.
Now, obviously, we don't know exactly what she's saying at the moment. Time will tell. However, we must say that soon after Jeffrey's alleged death, there were some super sleuths on the internet comparing an apparent leaked image of Jeffrey Epstein's corpse to which a side profile of an image of his head was compared. And if that was actually him, it appears he had a nose and ear job sometime before or after his death. But I digress. In light of Megyn Kelly's current claims that we will hear from him, that may indicate that he never died in the first place, or perhaps he had some sort of dead man's switch with a recording or something of this nature which will be released. Clearly, Megyn Kelly knows something we don't, so we look forward to hearing more on that. But one thing is certain. Child sex trafficking and abuse has been used for blackmail over the years by multiple governments and powerful leaders. Epstein Island is not the only pedophile island in existence, and we will look at another ring later on in the next segment. But it is important to note that we are only scratching the surface of the atrocities that some of these individuals have committed. So far, what has been released to the public really isn't even the half of it. Over the years, there have been multiple testimonies of victims of satanic ritual abuse, including violent sexual abuse. I've personally interviewed the son of a very powerful, wealthy family who testified as to what he endured as a child. Many of these self-proclaimed elites engage in this behavior whilst conducting themselves in public as upstanding citizens, attending church, living double lives, and, as I mentioned earlier, the FBI is holding on to far more evidence than what is being shown to us here, and I dare say they know more damning facts than we do, so a few questions still remain here. Why has the FBI not acted on this evidence? How many more high-profile people have been involved in crimes of this nature? Who is still too afraid to speak? What dirt do these blackmail rings have on them? What other blackmail rings exist? How far does this go? Which organization heads are compromised? We delved into Bill Gates and the clear influence Epstein had on the United Nations in the last
peer
broadcast.
pressure.
Will we see them implicated at any point? Or is this lot of documents all we'll be allowed to know about in an effort to appease the masses? See, we told you about Stephen Hawking being creepy, and Clinton, well, you all knew he was an immoral individual anyway. This rabbit hole goes much deeper than they're currently telling us, and we want it all. Here's to a continued demand for all of the evidence, and we will be keeping an eye out for it. More on another sex trafficking blackmail ring discovered shortly, but first, a message from our sponsor, The Wellness Company. Everyone knows the next medical crisis is just around the corner, whether it comes in the form of a pandemic or something much more mundane like a tick bite. You and your family need to be prepared. That's where the Wellness Company comes in. The Wellness Company and their doctors are medical professionals that you can trust, and their new medical emergency kits are the gold standard when it comes to keeping you safe and healthy. Be ready for anything. This medical emergency kit contains an assortment of life-saving medications, including ivermectin and Z-Pak. The medical emergency kit provides a guidebook to aid in the safe use of all of these life-saving medications. From anthrax to tick bites to COVID and even to a bioweapon like the plague, the Wellness Company's medical emergency kit is exactly what you need to have on hand to be prepared. Rest assured knowing that you have emergency antibiotics, antivirals, and antiparasitics on hand to help keep you and your family safe. Go to twc.health/blackout today and order. That's twc.health/blackout and use the promo code blackout to save 10%. Our next story, Trump has released a 2020 election fraud report for Georgia, Wisconsin, Arizona, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. His Truth Social post is linked in the article, but we'll go to Truth Social itself. He says, page 1, summary of election fraud in the 2020 presidential election in the swing states. I am pleased to share a report that is fully verified. Most of the information was gotten from government sources, tapes, and other public records and compiled by the most highly qualified election experts in the country. These numbers are determinative and, in all cases, are hundreds of thousands of votes per swing state, more than I needed to win that state. If the Republican Senate does not step forward and address this atrocity, it will happen again and be virtually impossible for Republicans to win elections in the future. A second Truth Social post is linked there, and he says, remember, I was not campaigning. The 2020 election was long over. What I was doing is bringing to light the fact that the election was, without question, rigged and stolen. As president and commander-in-chief, it was my duty to do so. If I did not do this, I would have been in violation of my oath of office and the Take Care Clause, which requires the president to take care that the laws be faithfully executed. Therefore, I'm entitled to total immunity because that is exactly what I was doing, taking care of our country. If you scroll down the article, you can actually read the full report here. And it's worth noting that he says in the introduction of the documents, it has often been repeated there is no evidence of fraud in the 2020 election. In actuality, there is no evidence Joe Biden won. How much more evidence do we need before someone takes action? In all seriousness, every single Republican running candidate should be screaming from the rooftops about this report. It proves their potential presidency can be compromised by yet another stolen election. If I was running a race that I knew from the outset would be rigged, I would be seeking recourse before I wasted my time. But to date, none of the current running candidates have spoken up that we're aware of. They're still running their campaigns and collecting donor funds as though the election race this year is somehow safer than the last one that was stolen. It's a joke. That goes for Democratic candidates too, by the way, because if they can steal it from an individual they hate, regardless of the party, they can steal it from them too. And any current serving members of government, Republican or Democrat for that matter, should be running into Congress with this report and demanding answers and demanding that the actual president be the one in the White House. How that is to occur could be left to Trump's discretion, really, considering it proves the party in power is there under extremely questionable circumstances. We'll be waiting to see what some of the honest representatives do with this information. And speaking of some of the greatest scams known to man, climate change is a topic that has come under much scrutiny despite the legacy media and politicians acting like the science is settled on the matter. Anyone who understands even the word science would understand the science is never settled. Just a few short years ago, we had an ice age warning. Then the science switched to global warming because it wasn't actually all that icy. And then we switched to the ambiguous term climate change because that is the term those who seek to control the populations through a social credit score thought was most apt to weaponize what was always known as the weather, something that has been changing for thousands of years. We were told by Greta Thunberg in 2018 that a top scientist was warning climate change would wipe out all of humanity unless we stop using fossil fuels over the next 5 years. That tweet was, of course, later deleted because 2023 came and, what do you know? The only wiping out of humans that was done was by the COVID death injection and not by the weather, although they are trying to blame the thousands of people suddenly dropping dead after their COVID injection on the sun, exercise, sleeping too much, not sleeping enough, drinking too much water, and on breathing. Seems like anything you do today will give you myocarditis, well, because climate change. Now, whilst many of us have been speaking for some time about the climate scam, it is refreshing to see some in the public eye speaking about this with conviction. Cue in presidential candidate Vivek Ramaswamy, who is absolutely right about climate change. Our next article, why Vivek Ramaswamy is right about climate change and the agenda being more a tool of total control than a genuine effort to combat environmental issues, is particularly useful for people who may still be on the fence about the issue. It points out the hypocrisy of the matter, but we'll get into that in a moment. It says, in the ever-evolving discourse on climate change, skepticism often finds little room. Yet, in a world where narratives shape policies and futures, it's imperative to examine these narratives critically. Vivek Ramaswamy, a prominent figure in this debate, posits a thought-provoking perspective. The current climate change agenda, as it stands, is more a tool of total control than a genuine effort to combat environmental issues. And he's right. Because the main proponents of, say, environmental waste or pollution, such as China, well, no one's really doing anything about those nations and their pollution of the nations and their contributions to CO2. They're allowed to continue doing it. But you, the consumer, oh, no. You must stop eating meat. You must eat crickets. You must have a social credit score that tracks your carbon emissions. Big banks are already doing it. They're letting you know how much carbon your transactions are costing the world, or attributing to the world, if you will. And we've already had people from the IMF and at the climate summits talking about how they're going to be tracking people's carbon emissions through their digital currency. So they're very much setting up this total control system. And of course, the climate narrative and the existential threat to the world by climate change, aka the weather, is the perfect threat to use to track people in every aspect of their lives. The article goes into some of the examples that we just gave regarding the ice age and global warming and the ever-changing narrative around the weather. But it also points out some hypocrisy from these climate activists, like Leonardo DiCaprio, for example, who is an outspoken advocate for environmental issues, but has faced criticism for his use of private jets and yachts, modes of transportation with quote-unquote high carbon footprints. You also have Al Gore traveling in his private aircraft. Former US Vice President and environmental activist known for his work on climate change awareness has been critiqued for his substantial energy consumption. Reports have highlighted the high electricity usage of his mansion in Tennessee, which contrasts with his call for energy conservation. And of course, John Kerry, Joe Biden's climate czar, with his he's a prominent figure in climate change diplomacy, but he's been criticized for his use of private jets. This was particularly highlighted when he took a private jet to accept an environmental award in Iceland, raising questions about the carbon footprint associated with such travel. But of course, John Kerry tells us, oh, well, I'm just too important. He's actually said these words, I'm too important. The work I do is too important, and that's why I need to keep flying around on my private jet, while you, peasant, you get to have less showers. It's unbelievable. And we have Michelle and Barack Obama. Despite expressing concerns about climate change and rising sea levels, the Obamas purchased a substantial property on Martha's Vineyard, an area potentially vulnerable to sea level rise. And of course, we have the climate alarmists saying the sea level's going to rise and drown us all. But it's fine to buy a seafront property, I guess, when you're aware of these existential threats to humanity. This move has been pointed out as potentially contradictory to the climate risks they've articulated. And of course, I can't go without mentioning our Prime Minister here in Australia, who's spent more time flying around on private jets than he has on his home soil, fixing the country, which is facing a multitude of issues like cost of living, inflation, all of the things that pretty much every country in the world is facing right now due to the ongoing manufactured crisis post-COVID-19. But the article brings up a very, very important point, which is that this leads to a broader, more unsettling implication, as in the hypocrisy of these climate alarmists, to which our Prime Minister is one. Is the climate change agenda being wielded as a tool for broader societal and economic control? Policies and initiatives born from this agenda often have far-reaching impacts affecting everything from energy consumption to housing and transportation. While the intent may be to promote sustainability, I would argue it absolutely is not. There's an underlying narrative that merits scrutiny. Are these policies truly about saving the planet or about controlling economic and social behaviors? And then it goes on to talk about this statistic that apparently over 90% of scientists agree on human-caused climate change, but it's actually crucial to go beyond the surface and understand the complexities behind this number. It's actually not what they present it as. And I want to mention here specifically on the control methods. We've spoken on previous broadcasts about the ARUP report that says because of climate change, humans need to eat 0 kilograms of meat per year. Councils will be incentivized to make sure that this happens. This is evidenced by the Global Covenant of Mayors report that we did quite some time ago on another broadcast, Uncensored. They want humans having 0 liters of dairy per year. They want 0 private vehicle ownership. They want 1,500 kilometers of travel per person every 3 years. No one's explained how they arrived at this formula. How is this actually going to save the planet? And if every single person needs to limit their travel so much because of this existential threat of climate change, why are all of these leaders still flying around on their private jets? Why do they go to Davos in a myriad of private jets and eat meat if this is so bad for the planet? We could talk about this topic and all of the holes in their story for days, but I want to direct viewers to this website. It's clintel.org, and it's a world climate declaration by over 1,800 scientists that said there is no climate emergency. Everyone can view that PDF and share it. And I think it's very, very important in light of the fact that all of these climate advocates are not acting in a way that is consistent with there actually being a climate emergency. And when we have 1,800 scientists coming together saying, no, there isn't, the question really does need to be asked. Why are they pushing it so hard? And I think Vivek's on the money here. As we mentioned earlier in the broadcast, another massive sex ring has been discovered in DC and Boston. And the Daily Mail says it was a honeypot scheme by foreign nations to blackmail US officials. The article here goes on to say that the 6 brothels that comprised the sex ring were headed by a 41-year-old South Korean woman who allegedly targeted politicians, high-ranking government officials, and defense contractors. And it says from the Daily Mail, Han Lee, the alleged mastermind, Jun Myung Lee, and James Lee, all South Korean-born US nationals, were charged in November with running the sex ring. The 3 Lees are apparently not related. Han and Jun Myung both live in the Boston area, so the locations of the 4 brothels there made sense. James lives in Torrance, a suburb of Los Angeles. Members of Congress, military officers, and national security contractors who possessed security clearances were among the steady customers at the high-end brothels run by the ring, prosecutors say. The ring's clients, who paid rates of up to $600 an hour, included corporate executives, professors, lawyers, and scientists. To entice customers, the Lees allegedly set up websites whose purported purpose was helping photographers find nude female models looking for work. And investigators say that they made more than $1 million by the time they were busted. The girls start by asking for a small favor that's at the edge of the target's comfort zone and try to keep expanding the zone and turn small favors into big favors, the CIA ex-officer said. As we said, the DOJ first launched an investigation into the massive sex ring in November, and according to a federal affidavit written by a DHS special agent, some of the clients of the prostitution ring included politicians, pharmaceutical executives, doctors, military officers, government contractors with security clearances, professors, lawyers, the list goes on. And 2 of the brothels operated from units in luxury apartment buildings in the Virginia suburbs outside the Capitol, which are each about a 15-minute drive from the White House, Congress, Pentagon, and CIA. And you can see the DC, Virginia area brothel locations there, as well as the Boston area brothel locations there. A former foreign spy said the purpose of the blackmail operation is to collect government secrets. Now, with this expose, we again have an example of a lot of these people in positions of power who are prone to be tempted with some of the most degenerate practices that are normally looked down upon in society and reserved for the lowest of the low in community behavior. sex rings, drugs, prostitution, sexual abuse of minors, and the list of disgusting behavior goes on. But what is probably the most embarrassing about this story is that these people, issued with roles of public trust and likely very respected in the public sphere, are so easily tempted by a sex trap. And a sex trap they have to pay for on top of it. In many cases, probably with your taxpayer dollars. With this story and with Epstein, we have seen that there seems to be a circular operation between many high-ranking government officials in all sectors, linked with international intel agencies providing services to these people in a huge blackmail scheme, notably the CIA and even more so Mossad in current times being linked in numerous occasions to the current Epstein debacle, some even stating that Epstein, Ghislaine, and that whole operation was entirely run by Mossad. The conclusion we can draw from this is that governments and public officials around the world simply cannot be trusted, and their ties to foreign interests often have more to do with blackmail than they do with upstanding foreign relations. Who knows what they're actually up to when they're flying in their private jets to meet at the UN to sign a new climate accord? At this point, with all of these revelations coming to light, these are questions everyone should be demanding answers to. Now, a quick word from one of our partners. If the COVID pandemic taught us anything, it's that you have to take control of your own family's health.
Well, that's not all of it, but it's all I want to listen to. So we'll move along to some other things. I hope y'all wasn't too engrossed in that, because I wasn't. But we'll show a few other things here. Hopefully. Hopefully, I say, hopefully.
And God said, it shall come to pass that I will take a man of Irish descent again and place him in the White House. This is years to come. But God said that John F. Kennedy, that once was to be great, that God said now another as a John F. Kennedy, but with uprightness, with morality, and with great strength of leadership. And they shall say, it is JFK reincarnated. And God said, I will laugh at your psychics. For the prophet spoke in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, long before it happened, that this shall be a sign to this nation. That what took place in the 60s and what was supposed to take place will take place in the teens of the 2000s, of 2015 and 2016.
About the time you get into enjoying it, it's done. But anyway, I knew that before I played it. But yes, I definitely love Kim Clement myself. I don't know who wouldn't or couldn't love him. I mean, if he didn't nail a bunch of things that were coming, then I don't know who did. Now, the only thing that I've seen so far that he possibly didn't get right was he said everything would fall, or they would fall in the fall. Well, we're past the fall and they ain't failed yet. So maybe he was talking about next fall. I mean, I don't know, but something. Something, I say, something. I thought this one was pretty good. This is Sammy the Bull Gravano, or however you say his name. And he's talking about President Trump and all the things that they tried to do to get to him.
Because he had ex-FBI agents all around him?
All the time.
Well, that's as big as I can make it, I guess. So we'll have to live with that.
And I tried a couple of times to press him and make arrangements where I could work with him and earn with him. I did that with other big contractors. I had the power of the unions. I could do all kinds of little things, but I couldn't get to him. He wouldn't bite. He just wouldn't bite. He didn't want to do anything like that. And there was layers of people in the middle. One of my guys said, we'll go up to the office. I said, we'll go up to the office. Everybody around him is an ex-FBI agent. We'll go up to the office, we'll get cuffed, and we'll go right to prison. So forget about Trump. He's a legitimate guy. He don't want to do it. Forget about Trump.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because he had ex-FBI agents all around him?
All the time. And I tried a couple of times to press him and make arrangements where I could work with him and earn with him. I did that with other big contractors. I had the power of the unions. I could do all kinds of little things, but I couldn't get to him. He wouldn't bite. He just wouldn't bite. He didn't want to do anything like that. And there was layers of people in the middle. One of my guys said, we'll go up to the office. I said, we'll go up to the office. Everybody around him is an ex-FBI agent. We'll go up to the office, we'll get cuffed, and we'll go right to prison. So forget about Trump. He's a legitimate guy. He don't want to do it. Forget about Trump.
Yeah.
And that's what Sammy the Bull has to say about Trump. So, you know, and believe me, this ain't the only one I've heard talk about trying to get to Trump, other than Sammy the Bull. I mean, there's others that have talked about it, and they weren't able to get to him either. Thank God. Oh, it's the same one I just took down. What am I doing that up there again? I don't even know how that got back up there. I don't know how she got back up there, but she did.
Oh, Nikki, here I'm going to show you the biggest deception that has been fooling people for years.
Tragic story of Princess Nikki Minajita. She was a Cambodian Thai princess born in the 1920s who married King Tom Holland Becord.
What's really going on? Have you seen that movie called Godsend? I'm starting to believe they've been telling us their agenda for the longest, but we always brush it off.
Might think that this is just a younger version of Taylor Swift, and that's just it. But despite their uncanny resemblance, this girl's name is actually Becky. There is a theory that Taylor Swift is the successful queen of a clone program, which sampled their DNA from this lady, Zena Shrek, the former high priestess of the Church of Satan. See the resemblance? Shrek was a pop star and the high priestess of the Church of Satan till 1990, and coincidentally, Taylor Swift was born in 1989. Both Taylor and Zena used serpents as their symbols and have similar successful careers crossing over from country to pop music, leading many to believe that Taylor Swift was created to take over where Zena left off. That's why I think.
You have a lot of great fans out there, and what they do is they find old paintings and old pictures from like the 1500s of dudes that look like you. So they just think that you've been on the earth since you've just been around. There's just different generations. I just wanted to show you just in case. We're all stardust, baby. I know.
Hello, Kiss Off, and welcome, girl. Sound like you're having problems today. We all are. Welcome, Kiss Off. Good to see you. All right, let me take that one down, and we'll get on to another one. Another one, I say. And I thought this guy made some pretty good points. I mean, I've seen this before. I'm sure y'all have too. But anyway, here we go.
It's my opinion that you do not really understand the concept of banking. All the banks are broke. Bank Santander, Deutsche Bank, Royal Bank of Scotland, they're all broke. And why are they broke? It isn't an act of God. It isn't some sort of tsunami. They're broke because we have a system called fractional reserve banking, which means that banks can lend money that they don't actually have. It's a criminal scandal, and it's been going on for too long. To add to that problem, you have moral hazard, a very significant moral hazard from the political sphere. And most of the problem starts in politics and central banks, which are part of the same political system. We have counterfeiting, sometimes called quantitative easing, but counterfeiting by any other name. The artificial printing of money, which if any ordinary person did, they'd go to prison for a very long time. And yet governments and central banks do it all the time. Central banks repress the amount of interest that rates are, so we don't have the real cost of money. And yet we blame the real retail banks for manipulating LIBOR. The sheer effrontery of this is quite astonishing. It's central banks that manipulate interest rates, Commissioner. And plus, underneath all this, we talk loosely, in a rather cavalier fashion, do we not, about deposit guarantees. So when banks go broke through their own incompetence and chicanery, the taxpayer picks up the tab. It's theft from the taxpayer. And until we start sending bankers, and I include central bankers and politicians, to prison for this outrage, it will continue.
If that man wasn't telling the truth, I'll kiss your foot and give you a day or two to draw a crowd on any square you want me to kiss your foot on. I mean, they're definitely crooks, each and every one of them. All right, now let's see which one of these that I want to show. I guess I'll show this one. Go back over here so I can find out which one it is. Oh, it's worth making bigger or not. It's so short.
ABC News has learned that disgraced financier Jeffrey Epstein is dead. Epstein took his own life while he was behind bars.
There's absolutely no excuse for this. What happened here, to me, is mind-boggling. The guy was a high-risk prisoner, wasn't he? I mean, he's a guy that there are probably 50 very important people that have a motive to kill him. We don't even know who they are. It's true. But we know there are some people that are in a lot of trouble because of Epstein. They know who they are.
His flight logs contain names of some of the biggest, most famous, and most powerful people on the planet. Members of the royal family, Prince Andrew, models like Naomi Campbell, famous actors like Kevin Spacey, Bill Clinton on those flight logs over 25 times. Hillary Clinton, she's also been to the islands. So the bigger question is, how many people that went on his private jet, that went to his private island, that went to his massive ranch in New Mexico were also involved in the rape, torture, and trafficking of children?
It hides in plain sight. Epstein was hiding in plain sight. We all knew about him. We all knew what he was doing. But we had no one that was, legal aspect that would go after him. They were afraid of him. For whatever reason, they were afraid of him.
And the amazing thing about Cindy McCain is that her husband was a senator. She was on a board with the governor of Texas. She knew about Jeffrey Epstein. She did nothing. And her organization, the role of her organization is supposed to be to stop people like Jeffrey Epstein.
Short but sweet. Short but sweet. That's what these are. But that's the way it is out here. Yeah, it is. I'm a singer and I didn't know it. All right, now here's a little bit of something on the med beds. Let me put it back where it belongs here, or at least close.
You began to wonder why you came. Where did I go wrong? Lost a friend somewhere alone in the bitterness that I put out later. You began to wonder why you came. Where did I go wrong? Lost.
Music again. Always music. But anyway, it wasn't very long. It's already shown it twice. But, the thing is I think there is such thing as med beds. Now, whether they can do all that they say they can do, I don't know. I hope they can. Because, man, there is a ton of people all around the world that really need to, we need more than the med beds. We need Jesus Christ. And, you know, maybe he's already here. Maybe he's on his way. But if not, well, then the med beds, I guess, would be the next thing. Mr. Antara Moody, how you doing, sir? Hello, Antara. Good to see you, brother. Welcome. Welcome, Antara. All right, so let me go back up here, I guess. No, that ain't it. Try this one.
And so I sold my soul to the devil.
Sometimes I feel I've got to run away. I've got to get away from the pain that you drive.
I swear, Lucifer.
Heart of me, the love we share seems to go nowhere. And I've
Like transitioning from Disney to this was fucking easy. I don't know, getting molested for fucking from your 6 to your 14.
Wow, so Silver Girl, you're saying that they're going to have to cut for those stones? Man, that's got to be. I mean, you know, I've always heard my whole life that that's one of the worst things that they can do is to cut for kidney stones. Not trying to be negative or anything. I'm just saying that's what I've heard. But either way, prayers for V, as always. Love you, V. Get your butt well, girl.
I ran to you. Now I'll run from you. This tainted love you've given, I give you all a girl could give you. Take my tears, and that's not many. Oh, tainted love, tainted love. Now I know I've got to run away. I've got.
Do all these videos got to have music in them? I mean, come on. You're killing me here. Absolutely killing me. Like I said, though, about V, I definitely pray for her, and I hope everybody does. We all need prayers, and particularly when we're sick, you know. And I've never had kidney stones. My little brother has, though, and he said it was he's also had lung cancer, and he's got a bad back. And he said those kidney stones were much more worse than either one of those. I mean, I don't want them, that's for sure, after listening to what he had to say about them. I thought this is a pretty funny one here, y'all. Tell me what y'all think. The Eagle has landed.
The Eagle has landed and is making his way down the helicopter stairs. We know his history with stairs, and this could be a disaster. Stand by. Eagle has made it down the stairs. He was a little wobbly at the end, but he made it. Eagle appears to be very disoriented today. We're going to need to do like last time and point out exactly where we need him to go. Secret Service team, prepare to point. Hold that point. Perfect. No way he could miss that. Eagle will be turning in 5, 4, 3, 2. He missed his mark. He missed his mark. Eagle is wandering. Jesus Christ. All units be advised. We are going to need a pretty lady or small child of some sort with nice smelling hair to get the Eagle back on track. And we've lost visual.
I thought that was pretty good myself. Let's see. So somebody asked for something up here a while ago. Oh. Please send the link to that video. I forget which one were you talking about? Let me go see if I think I know which one you're talking about. Let's see, which one was it though? I played so many, I forgot which one it is or was. Crap, I don't even know now. Oh, it must be this one right here. I think it was this one. No, that ain't it. Well, I don't know which one it was, so If you can put the name in the in the chat there, I'll try to find it again. But I don't remember which one it was I was playing. My memory ain't that long. Let's see. Go ahead and go with this one. Right, then.
Wow. Wow. Look at all them people. Wow. That's a lot of people. Whoa. Damn. Biden could never.
Well, can't you just imagine going out in front of 250,000 people or however many that was to give a speech? I certainly can't. Let's see. What about the one to the Talmud? Let me see if I can find those again right quick. Let's see. I only got about 1 million of them here, so it's, and you know, I don't mind dropping the links. It's just that it takes me so long to hunt for them once I've gone away from the video, because I don't remember which one it was. Let's see. Let's see. I'm a hunting, guys. I'm a hunting. I'm a hunting. I'm a hunting. Yes, I am. This is the one on the Talmud. Let's see. At least it's supposed to be. Okay, so let me drop this in about the Talmud and see if that's the one. I mean, I hope that's the one you're talking about. And then I'll try to find the other one. Let me get this video to go on, and I'll try to find the other one. Of course, this probably won't be but 2 minutes long again. No, it's 14 minutes. Hallelujah. And it's showing.
Edward Alexander Crowley, also known as Aleister Crowley. He styled himself the wickedest man in the world. He believed himself to be the great beast. And he changed his name to Aleister Crowley, so it would add up in both English, Hebrew, and Greek Kabbalah as 666. In 1904, Crowley had a communication with an extraterrestrial being named Iwas. And this being, through his wife, kind of a channeling type operation, brought forth a book that was called the Book of the Law in 1904. And this book declared that the slain and risen God had stepped off the throne, and that a new God, the crowned and conquering child, was taking his place. He was a brilliant genius. He could play 8 chess games blindfolded. He was an accomplished poet, mountaineer, painter, writer. He had so many Masonic degrees that you could fill up 5 pages of a book with them. This guy was probably the most highly honored Mason in the world. And he began doing rituals to bring forth this crowned and conquering child. And he began to start what he called the cult of the fascinating child. And in doing this, he uncovered, without knowing it, the royal secret of Masonry. And what happened?
And check that last link I just put in there to make sure that's the one you're looking for, Vicky. I mean, I just have to look by name because I can't pull them up because I'm playing something here. So, but anyway, check this one out, just right above Kiss Off there. See if that's the one you're talking about.
What happened was a gentleman came knocking at his door after he published a book. And in this book, it was a book of poetry. And in the book, he had made an allusion to something. And this guy, his name was Theodore Royce. He was a German occultist and the head of the OTO, the Ordo Templi Orientis, which stands for the Order of Eastern Templars. There's the Knights Templar again. And this Theodore Royce told Crowley that he had given away the greatest secret in occult history. And Crowley said, "What do you mean? I don't even understand it." So the guy promptly initiated him on the spot to the 9th degree of the OTO and then explained the secret to him. And you're about to learn what this secret is. The secret is that as a Mason, you are promised immortality. Where do they get their promise of immortality? Simply, the secret that Crowley uncovered, probably through demonic intervention, is the secret that this immortality is conveyed through tantric sex.
Miss Vicky, was this one up here, just about maybe 6 comments up? Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 comments up. That wasn't the right link. I don't know if it was or not. That's, until you check it. So if you could check it for me, I'd appreciate it. If it's not the right one, I'll keep looking. But I don't know. Oh, it wasn't? Okay, well, I'll keep looking then. Go ahead and get this going again.
Sex magic. And the kind of sex magic that we're talking about here, unfortunately, is a sexual violation of a little child. Crowley taught that the way you could live forever was by vampirizing little children sexually. And this, I apologize that this is so horrible. But Masons are doing this. Not all Masons, please understand me. Probably 1 in 100 knows about this. But this is a significant enough problem that I feel compelled to share it with you. This is why the Masons believe that they will live forever. They think every time they defile a little child, they steal some of that child's youth. What happens then is they believe that they are accessing alternate universes, alternate realities where they can become as gods. Everything in magic, like everything in the occult, has its yin and yang. It's positive and it's negative, it's good and evil. There's always this dynamism. And so therefore, just like there is a tree of life, there is also a tree of evil. This is called the Qlīphot in Hebrew, which translated means harlots. Here is what is ultimately involved. There is a belief that through this sexual perversion, they can access these tunnels into alternate universes, alternate realities. And the goal of this kind of magic is to find your own universe and become the god over that universe. This buys into the modern day physics theory that there's many, many dimensions of reality. Maybe you've read about that. Alternate universes. It shows up in science fiction a lot. And then once you're the god of this universe, you can start sucking the energy out of it. And you can use that energy through this child to live forever and ever and ever. And there are men, I have met several that claim to be hundreds of years old. And this broad genre of magic is called, and here's a nice big word for you, Transuguthian magic. And all that means is it's magic that goes into trans-Plutonian space. Space beyond the planet Pluto, which they believe is beyond the pale of the sun and therefore beyond the pale of the Judeo-Christian God. They believe there are gods out beyond Pluto that are far more powerful and far more dangerous and far more deadly than either God or the devil. And that's what these beings, these men, are trying to access. I mean, this is such a problem that we are actually, I now know of 5 national support groups that are helping people that are survivors of Masonic ritual abuse.
You come from generations of ritualistic abuse?
Yes, my family has an extensive family tree, and they keep track of who's been involved and who hasn't been involved. And it's gone back to like 1700.
And so you were
right. I was born into a family that believes in this.
And this is. Does everyone else think it's a nice Jewish family? From the outside, you appear to be a nice Jewish girl.
Definitely.
And you all are worshiping the devil inside the home?
Right. There's other Jewish families across the country. It's not just my own family.
Really? Well, when you were brought up in this kind of evilness, did you just think it was normal?
I'm not finding that video again, Miss Vicky. I know it's in there somewhere, but a lot of them don't have names on them because I sent them from my iPhone, and so very few of them have names on them. I just have to, remember them, and that one I don't remember. So sorry about that. Thank you, William. Appreciate that, brother. But I'll try to get the link for this one right here and put it in there right now so that we won't have those mix-ups anymore. I got to figure out which one it is first. Okay. Oops.
I've blocked out a lot of the memories I had because of my multiple personality disorder. But yes, I mean, it's like if you grow up with something, you think it's normal.
Mm-hmm.
I always thought.
So what kinds of things? You don't have to give us the gory details, but what kinds of things went on in the family?
Well, there would be rituals in which babies would be sacrificed, and you would have to,
Whose babies?
There were people who bred babies in their family. No one would know about it. A lot of people were overweight, so you couldn't tell if they were pregnant or not, or they would supposedly go away for a while and then come back.
You witnessed the sacrifice?
Right. When I was very young, I was forced to participate in that, in which I had to sacrifice an infant.
And the purpose of sacrifice is to what? Is to bring you what? What are you sacrificing for?
For power.
Uh-huh. Power. And so, were you ever used? Were you ever used yourself?
I was molested. I was raped several times.
And what's your mother doing?
She's
in all of this. What's her role in all of this?
I'm not exactly what her role is. I haven't, recovered all of my memories, but her family was extremely involved.
Mm-hmm.
She brought me to it. Both of my parents brought me to it. And she was an upstanding citizen. Nobody would suspect her.
Were you raised with a sense of right and wrong, Rachel?
Yes. I mean, it's like I had both. I mean, to the outside world, everything we did was proper and right. And then there were the nights that things changed, that things just got turned around. What was wrong was right, and what was right was wrong. There's a book that I had just come across called Lilith's Cave, which is a book of Jewish mysticism and supernatural. And there's a lot in that book that relates to what I endured when I was a child.
I have joining me today Dr. and Rabbi Marvin Antelman. Welcome to the show, Rabbi.
Thank you very much for having me here. First of all, let me say this. There are a lot of conspiracy theories out there. I'm not interested in theories. I'm interested in facts. So the scholarship over the years that I've utilized are sources that are impeccable. A man by the name of Shabbatai Tzvi, who was born in 1626 and died in 1676, came along and said, I am the Messiah. And he had a tremendous following. When it was realized that his following was so great, there would be problems, the Sultan gave Shabbatai a choice. Either you die or convert to Islam. So he converted. Now, there were about 1 million followers prior to the conversion. When the conversion happened, then there was disillusionment among the Jews. But there were some diehard people who set up different cults of Shabbatai Tzvi. And the worst one of them was called the Domeh, which was a secret organization. And the Domeh was based in Turkey and in Salonika. And the Domeh gave rise to these terrible orgies that went on, which became part of the immorality theology of Shabtai Tzvi, corrupted later on. He apostatized himself 10 years before his death. So when he died in 1676, he had these cults doing all kinds of evil.
And the reason that these followers of Shabtai Tzvi were doing evil was because what?
Here's the thing. The Talmud says that the Messiah would come when everybody's good or everybody's bad. There is such a saying in the Talmud. So the Sabbateans said like this: it's impossible for everybody to be good. It's easy to be bad. So they turned around the Torah and they said, if you do an evil deed, then you will use up the energy of the universe, and it'll collapse, and you'll force the Messiah to come because you will have used up all the evil in the world. So whenever they engage in an orgy, they would make a bracha, and every day they would figure out a way to do as many sins as possible. Like if you eat chaylev, you're chayav karet. In other words, if you eat fat, according to the Torah, you're to be excommunicated from your people. So they would eat fat that was prohibited, non-kosher fat, from a kosher animal, which is chaylev, which is in that category, like eating blood from a kosher
So they would
animal.
dafka do the opposite.
They do the opposite
in order to hasten the
coming of the Messiah. After Shabtai Tzvi died, one of the most powerful Sabbatian cults, as they were called, was a transformation of the Domeh, the most extreme cult, to Europe through an insidious person by the name of Jacob Frank. He died in 1791. Now the Frankists started to spread and take over entire communities and make them satanic. And you can actually...
I've got that news story y'all have been talking about with the fire. I've got it pulled up, and I'll play it as soon as this one's done playing, which I think is about 7 minutes left. I know it's 3 minutes left.
Actually trace a line historically, which I do in my book, to the CFR from Shabtai Tzvi, and another organization called the Illuminati, which was founded in 1776 by Adam Weishaupt. And they were involved also in the French Revolution, which is also well documented.
So what you're saying is that there really does exist a new world order, that it's not a conspiracy theory, it's a conspiracy.
Right, and Professor Katz wrote a book called The Jews and Freemasonry, which gives a history of the interface between Jews and some of the cults that derived out of Shabtai Tzvi. But the next big cult that came from Shabtai Tzvi after the Domeh organization, which is in Turkey, the next big cult were the Frankists, as I mentioned with Jacob Frank. So Jacob Frank, the Vad Arba Ratzah, the Council for Lands, wanted to deal with Frank, and they decided to have a big excommunication on the 20th of Sivan 250 years ago. And there they made the following rulings. They said everybody that is a Frankist is to be excommunicated.
From the Jewish people.
From the Jewish people, bastards to the 10th generation, is what it said. And they prohibited people, because the Frankists were into Kabbalah, they prohibited the study of Kabbalah until you were 30 or 40 years old and you had a belly full, as they said, full of Talmud. Only then could you study the Kabbalah.
Right.
And they said they're women or whores, and they're hereby excommunicated from our people to the 10th generation.
This is what the Council of Four-Lands labeled the Frankists, right, because they so deviated from Judaism and all that Judaism holds to be true and righteous. These people went off and made basically their own deformed religion, and so the Jews wanted nothing to do with them. They kicked them out.
That is correct.
Are there non-Jews that joined this Sabbatian cult?
No, non-Jews did not join the Sabbatian cult, but the non-Jews did join the Illuminati.
Police sources tell me this isn't the first time a sex party has taken place behind me, a claim that Freemasons I spoke to today deny. They say they do not stand for this. It's a secretive organization sitting right next door to the Battle Creek Police Department and the county courthouse. police sources described to us an out-of-control sex party scene. Police sources told us the first officer to walk inside was shocked to find a couple performing a lewd sex act right in front of him, along with multiple nude women, drugs, and men videotaping it all behind these closed doors. Charlie told me Freemasons don't go on camera, and he didn't know about the multiple arrests that were made that night. He heard a rumor that night there was some nudity, and when he went to the facility at about 1 in the morning to check the party out, he didn't see anything wrong. Sometime after that, police arrived. He says this.
Well, I guess they didn't want to tell us the rest, but that's okay. Paul Harvey will. If he were here, he would anyway. All right, let's watch this, a little bit about this fire here. Well,
It's Big Fitness Energy Sale at Planet Fitness. Join today for 24 cents down, $10 a month. Cancel anytime.
Well, it didn't appear to be too much to that video anyway. Is there another better link here where they're still showing it? Does anybody know if they got it under control or not? I think I did see one a while ago, so they had it under control. Let's see. Silver Girl's got a link there. I'll check that link out. Find where I'm at here, which ain't so easy to do sometimes. Let's see. Got to find the link now. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Where'd it go? I'm going to have to go all the way back down here and go back up, I guess. Yeah, she says the fires are under control. Well, that's the one I just showed, I think. I wouldn't swear to it, but I think. Make sure it's showing. And it is. Yeah, that's basically the same one I just showed. So anyway, like I said, it appears they've got it under control. So wonderful. Yeah, so that was oil tankers. What was that was on fire? Oil tankers? Now, this is interesting to me. Y'all, definitely make up your own minds, but I thought this is very interesting.
Thanks, people. It's up there again.
Sherry, come look at this.
There's a face.
All right. Y'all see that? This is not an app. It's a face. Everybody's out here. Everybody's out here looking. We're coming out here to see. Oh, I gotta get this. Y'all see that?
That's crazy.
That's crazy. Now, hold.
Like a big old face there, right there. There's the nose, the left eye, the mouth, perfect lips. I mean, he's got a kind of a jagged mark on his forehead here like Frankenstein, but I mean, man, it's a perfect outline of a face, and it's, according to this guy, it's in the sky.
Hold up, let me zoom so everybody can see it. Hey, y'all need to call somebody. Yeah.
There's the right eye.
Tell them we're out here, what we're looking at. You see it, right?
Yeah.
I'm just saying, there it is. That's a nice, crispy face. Hey, somebody got another phone?
I'd like to know what
I
that
don't wanna
light
be the
there
only
is,
one
though.
recording this. Yeah, you gotta get this. We're all out here. We're just out here looking. There's a dog. Even the dog's tripping.
Watch that one more time.
Now that's the face, people. It's up there again.
Sherry, come look at this.
There's a face.
Well, it's the moon. That's what's up there.
Y'all see that? This is not an app. It's a face. Everybody's out here. Everybody's out here looking. We're coming out here to see. I gotta get this. Y'all see that? That's crazy. Now, hold up. Let me zoom so everybody can see it.
You see it there.
Hey, y'all need to call somebody.
Who you gonna call? Ghostbusters?
Yeah. Tell them we're out here, what we're looking at. You see it, right?
Yeah.
I'm just saying, there it is. That's a nice, crispy face. Hey, somebody got another phone? I don't want to be the only one recording this. Yeah, you gotta get this. We're all out here. We're just out here looking. There's a dog. Even the dog's tripping.
Yeah, you know, whether it was blue beamed or whatever it was, I don't know, but creepy to say the least. Yeah, exactly, Vicky. Ghostbusters. Yeah, that's what they need to call. He said, we need to call someone. Yeah, Ghostbusters. It did look kind of evil, didn't it? No doubt about it. But, you know, with Blue Beam, HAARP, and all that, you never know what you're looking at is real, or imagined, or made up, or Memorex, or what. And this is Gene Ho, in case y'all don't know.
I see a lot of the same things that you see on your feed, and there's one very viral photo that's going out there that I just want to weigh in on. It's the photo of Oprah Winfrey and Diamond Silk. Now, with Oprah Winfrey, I get it. It doesn't look like her, the Oprah Winfrey that I know, and I don't know anything about what's going on with that. But while I'm not any kind of spokesperson for Diamond Silk, they have been very dear friends of mine since the beginning. I've been their photographer for a very, very long time. And I know Diamond Silk, and I know her family. And I just want to say that Diamond actually did pass away. Her legacy is amazing, and that's the way we should remember her. But I get it, because in our movement, there's a lot of things that we have distrust, and we see things that are behind the scenes. And I do believe that there are people that have passed away that are really still alive.
Hear that? People that have passed away are really still alive. I wonder what he could have meant by that. And what people? Could JFK Jr. be one of them? If I was a betting man, I would bet yes.
But when it comes to Diamond Silk, please understand, and I'm not speaking on behalf of the family just as a family friend of theirs. Please, if you see that, just don't share it. That would be probably the simplest way to honor Diamond Silk. And the other thing is, if you just understand what Silk is doing today, she's still out there in the battle for truth and still out there supporting Donald Trump. And that's basically what we should be doing to support Silk at this time.
We know supporting Silk and everything is great, but to me, I think what he made the little video for was to let it out that people that are supposed to be dead aren't. And I would, like I said, I'd bet my last dollar that JFK, if there's any way I could prove it, I would. Of course, I can't prove it, but I would bet that JFK Jr. is still alive. Been too many things come out about him here in the past few years. And maybe some more Blue Beam stuff. Let's take a look. Let me back it back up here a little bit. See the birds flying over. And, you know, the thing about all these videos here now is that it's pretty much come out that we've had this same technology since before World War II. And the Germans definitely had it. And this is from the way the lights are set up and everything, and from what I've seen, it looks like the TRB 37, whatever it is, it's TRB 77 or something like that. But anyway, that's definitely what it looks like. And that was basically all of it. But anyway, let's see. Hang on 1 second here. Give me un momento. See if I can get this sucker here to mail to me. Ooh, I ain't there. So let me go to another one here. Well, let's see if that will do it. Let me go ahead and play this one I got pulled up here right quick. This is about a bunch of military vehicles moving along the. Oh, okay. Thank you, Hawk. Moving along the highway, on the railroad. It's only about 30 seconds long, if that long. So let's watch it right quick.
What's he gonna do? What's he gonna do when they come for you? Why did you have to act so mean?
Well, I don't know about y'all, but I always have to ask myself, why are so many, military vehicles moving toward one place? I mean, they do it all the time, I know, but it just makes me suspicious. I don't know about y'all, but it does me about what might or could be going on. And thank you, Hawk. Let's see if I can get this sucker to play. Oh, it's going to make me download it. Then I'll never find it. Let's just see. We'll get out of the way. Got to stop it there. Now I hope I can get it to play here. I don't even know if it's up there or not. No, it's not up there. So where the heck did it go? It'll come up on my screen, but it ain't. Dang. It just ain't acting right here. Well, I don't know what's going on with it here, but it sure don't want to come up there where I can play it. So, and I can't get it up here to where I can even click on it. Sorry about that. Like I said many a times, I'm not very literate when it comes to things like this technology. Okay, well, I'll scope it out, Miss Lisa. Let me see if I can pull that up right quick. Down here. All right, so back over here.
We're here reporting live in Wailuku on the scene of a sort of a crazy situation. As you can tell, Lower Main here near Wailuku and Wailuku Beach Road at the Jack in the Box, it is blocked off right now. And that is because of a car collision that happened to my left over here. That car launched into a telephone pole, according to the witnesses that we talked to. That telephone pole is down. Some of the lights around here seem to be out. And there does appear to be a car not far from where I'm standing, about half a mile down the road, right across from Harbor View, if you know where that's at. That car there is smashed, totaled, it looks like, enough that police are searching that car, looking around the car to see what clues they might gain. It does match the description of the car that hit this telephone pole, according to witnesses that I spoke to. Those witnesses say that car hit this telephone pole. Let me jump out of the way so you can see the pole. The witnesses are saying that the car hit that pole right over here on Lower Main, and you'll see it right here across from Lifestyle Maui, right there in the road. That is the southbound lane heading into town, basically. Hit that pole is what the witnesses say, and then sped off. And what a mess it left in the process. You can see all kinds of debris all around, tools spilled out. One witness saying they believe that jack right there came out of the car. And again, that car, we believe, was located about half a mile from where I'm standing by police, maybe 3/4 of a mile from here, completely smashed on the opposite side of the road. So what happened there, we're not quite sure. Can't confirm for a fact if that is the car. All I can tell you is that it does match the description of what witnesses say happened here about 30 minutes ago or so, right here next to the Jack in the Box in Wailuku, right where Wailuku Beach Road meets Lower Main here. We have an engine 13 on the scene. We have some police with the road blocked off over here, and police in the area searching for the suspect and investigating that car that appears to be tied to this. It doesn't look like, from what I can tell on the ground here, there are injuries. We did see an ambulance leave the area, but witnesses say that was not related. So from what I can tell, whoever's responsible for this is not here in the location, and there weren't any injuries, at least reported here at the scene. Where police go from here, what the details are with this car that hit this, whether it was a stolen car, whether this is a drunk driving situation, or none of the above, we'll try and chase down for you. But right now, what you should know is that if you're planning on taking Lower Main here in this area, between Jack in the Box and the service station, but on the other side of Lifestyle Maui, this area is closed. I'm not quite sure how long they'll have it closed. Probably long enough to get to the bottom of what's going on with that car that's not far from here. I'm gonna jump out of the view of the camera one more time, give you sort of a panning shot so you can see exactly the scene here. We'll take you down, start here where this accident is blocked off. Sorry, where the fire truck has the accident scene blocked off. As you can tell, they have the road completely closed for about a block. It's been down there. There is.
Hawk, I could have swore I had you as a moderator already, brother. I didn't know you wasn't one. So sorry about that. But if you can drop it in the chat, Hawk, it'd be great because I can't get it to come up where I can play it on mine for whatever reason.
Is the telephone pole that is down. So you see that, and then up from there, going towards Wailuku, they have that intersection shut down right there as well. So nobody, for the moment, is getting through here. You can see, looks like police or somebody over there investigating what's going on, what other clues they might come to.
And hello, beautiful V. It's so good to see you here, V. I know I saw it there. You are right there. Welcome, V. It's really good to see you, and I hope and pray you get to feeling better real soon. And I pray that the surgery or whatever goes great. We love you, V. All right, and I see Hawk dropped it there, so I'll grab that right quick and get it ready for the next one.
So many of these tools spread out all over. It really makes you wonder what was going on with that vehicle, what may be involved there. We do have a group of firefighters down here as well. Just sort of not sure what they're doing over there, but towards that intersection that's blocked out where the police haven't closed down. So that is the situation right here in Wailuku. An eventful evening this Saturday night. Hopefully police are able to get to the bottom of what happened here, get what is obviously a very dangerous person off the road, and the answer to this case that has Lower Main Street blocked off due to this crash. That is all the information I have for you right now. We appreciate you watching live here on Maui Alert, your best source for breaking live video news, your only source for video.
And I guess that's about the size of that one. All right, so now we'll go on to the one from Hawk. Make sure it's showing, and it is. Oh, Lord. Man, that was quick, but
Holy fucking shit, guys.
lightning flashed at the exact right time, didn't it?
Holy fucking shit, guys.
That is something else. Whether that's blue beam or what, who knows? But it's something walking across there.
Holy fucking shit, guys.
Wow. Oh, man. That was wicked. I mean, wicked good, not wicked bad. Darn sure a good video. But again, you always have to ask yourself these things. Is it something that the person added on that was doing the filming, which I doubt? Or was it blue beam? Who the hell knows? Certainly not me. But it's very interesting to look at those things regardless. All right, now let's see. There goes another debt clock thingy. At least I think it's what it is.
That Idaho, beyond its famous potatoes, holds a secret power source. The Lemhi Pass District, covering 11,425 acres, is America's thorium treasure trove. Back in the day, the U.S. had to choose between thorium and uranium. We opted for uranium, primarily because it could be weaponized, directing more funding and attention its way. But Lemhi Pass, with its 133,400 tons of thorium oxide, could power Idaho for over 10,000 years and the entire U.S. for 1,000 years. Meanwhile, China is pioneering a thorium reactor that doesn't need water for cooling, is inherently safer, and can solidify in disasters to limit damage. As China advances with thorium technology, the US and Idaho adopt a wait-and-see approach. For now, Idaho leans on water for its electricity and agriculture. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
So Idaho might have the solution for unlimited and free energy. Look right here on the secret window on the deck clock. Einstein knows it. He knew in the back of his mind, using Nikola Tesla's, that Nikola Tesla was able to harness energy from thorium, would be able to activate the material to give us unlimited and free energy. Imagine if the world did have free energy. It would be pretty beautiful, wouldn't you say? But some people call it crazy and it can't be done. As crazy as it sounds, even Einstein knew how smart Nikola Tesla really was. Now this begs the question, why didn't we use this back in the days, or why aren't we using it right now?
Tesla believed that technology used responsibly would benefit humanity, and if used selfishly would destroy our environment. In 1901, Tesla convinced J.P. Morgan to give him $150,000 for the construction of a radio tower. When he received the money, he built no radio tower. It was actually a giant wireless transmitter he called Wardenclyffe Tower. The tower was 187 feet to the top and also 120 feet deep into the earth. He wanted to build these towers all over Earth to supply endless electricity. He also believed that with this system, he could teleport and communicate with different planets. In 1904, J.P. Morgan realized what Tesla was trying to accomplish, and he defunded the project and had Wardenclyffe Tower demolished by 1917. Why was J.P. Morgan not on board with the idea of free power to the entire planet? Is it possible that just like Tesla, J.P. Morgan was influenced by advanced beings who knew that the steps Tesla took was to end the monetization of the human experience? In order to control humanity and profit off of mankind, Tesla had to be stopped.
So they destroyed this man's work because of greed, because of profit. This gentleman right here wanted to help the human civilization and not giving recognition to Nikola Tesla because they wanted profits. Instead, they opted for Thomas Edison, where they could actually charge for electricity because he was funded by J.P. Morgan Chase. If you haven't read this book, go read it. Who helped create these guys back in 1913, ultimately making them the 0.1% of all the money because they control it all. And the solution is to throw that sucker into a black hole and make our way over to Idaho using Nikola Tesla's idea so that we can go ahead and recreate our once forgotten world. Breaking the enslavement of the old kingdom so that we can go into our new kingdom. Know what you hold. Let's go.
You know, it's kind of funny, MLP. I've got that video ready. Well, I hadn't got it ready to go, but it's in my email. So I'll just pluck it out of yours, off yours there then. I think if I can. Well, I don't, for some reason on my chat, ain't it working here? There it is. All right. No, that ain't it. I think this is it. Yeah, it's the exact same one that I've got. But, you know, it saves me the trouble having to hunt it down in my email. So I'll go ahead and play it right here.
Video over a month ago, and that was when I had just gotten out of the hospital and rehab after I was poisoned by arsenic, and I'm making a lot of progress. As you can see, I'm doing okay. Last night, I don't think people really wanted me to update you because somebody slammed me to the floor very hard, but you see, I'm sort of resilient, and slow me down at all. Just made me a little sore, and I'm going to have a little backache for a while, but the reason why I'm being picked on is because I'm just standing in for every single person, because we're tired of the corruption, and that corruption is coming from the paper money. Many people understand this. There are more and more people that understand what's going on. We call them the critical mass, and because these people do understand this, we're in a different reality. We're going to be doing things differently. The main thing that we're going to be doing differently is we're going to be deciding things for ourselves. And the way that's going to happen is we're going to cut off the money that's going to something called the banking cartel. That's Wall Street. That's all the biggest firms on Wall Street. And there are people that are behind those firms. That's called the black nobility. These people have been in charge at least 9,000 years ago. We know this because of the pyramids. I prepared an outline, and I had some very interesting documents, which I uploaded on my social media, and the links were cut down 3 times. So I put them back up, and we may have to contend with some more links being broken. I'm doing things a little bit differently. I'm learning from the experience. The reason why I've been involved in the position that I'm in is because I was in the right place at the right time. At the end of World War II, Jose Rizal, who was then something called the Black Pope, that's the superior general of the Society of Jesus, and his lawyer was Ferdinand Marcos. They created the World Bank, and they deposited the world's wealth in the World Bank. And I was in the World Bank legal department for over 20 years. And I've actually never left the legal department because I was reinstated, because they realized that we were all working together. And I've given you recently some documents from the executive directors and the audit committee of the World Bank Board to show you that everybody understood. One of the things that I've been telling you about is the real history. What we think happened in 1000 BC was actually happening in the Middle Ages. And the Russians, Moscow State University, Mr. Fomenko, has written a series of volumes to explain exactly how that is. And the way they did this was they looked to see where the eclipses were and where the eclipses happened. And they also looked to see who was active in history. And they found that the same groups were active, and it was just repeated time and time again. You have to understand that what you've been taught in the universities about history is all inside out and backwards. And you can actually look at the cities that are buried off the coasts to see what this group was. And enough of us know that we've been duped, and we're not going to continue to believe all these lies. One of the documents that I've showed you recently was the way I was working together with the board of executive directors. And the representative of the Netherlands, Peter Steck, he ended up having a meeting with Jim Wilson to get to the
And I guess that's all of that one. All right. So, this video right here, Hawk, is that, yes, the one, Children of Men. Okay. I think I'm going to play it, a little bit of it, and just see if it's as good as I think it might be. Sure seems like it would be good just hearing the title. Sharing is caring. Well, where is it? I don't know how you get this thing to play. There it goes, I guess. Yeah. No sound though, huh? Well, it should have sound. Speakers turned up. Why not, Miss Madra Sue? Am I making a mistake by playing it? Well, I got to find out why I'm not supposed to play this one right now. My curiosity is killing me now. It's shut off, but I'm just wondering why. All right. Well, I'll go to the next one then. Which link do you say it was, Hawk? Oh, hang on. All right, so I'm back, y'all. Just had to get my bearings straight there. So here we go. I think this is it. Yeah, here we go. Make sure it's showing, and it is. It is. All right, she says, this idiot. You idiot. Where are your daughters? What do you do with them? Call the police right now. Where are the girls? Ma'am, where are the girls? Don't act innocent with me or give me any crocodile tears. Where are the girls? They're in Brazil, but where are the girls? Who'd you give the girls to, and how much did they pay you? How much did they pay you for the girls? I didn't sell them. How much did they pay you? Tell me right now. $500. $500 for the girls? But it's only for 2 weeks. How do you know they're even coming back? I took them. is what she says.
doctora. A Brasil.
To Brazil. To Brazil. Yes, I took them.
Sí, yo la llevé. ¿A dónde?
Where? With who?
¿Con quién? ¿A quién le
Who did you give your daughters to?
diste a tus hijas? Doctora, una persona
To some people I met.
que conocí, pero no llevan a los
They don't prostitute kids, though. No.
niños a prostituir. Ellos me explicaron
They explained that it's to work at birthday parties. Yeah, sure.
que son para animar juegos, pero me dijeron que
They said it's only 2 weeks.
solamente 2 semanas. Y me
You're so stupid.
la iban a traer. Doctora,
When was the last time you spoke to your daughters?
¿cuándo fue la última vez que hablaste con las niñas?
I haven't heard from them in 2 days.
Doctora, hace 2 días que yo no sé de mis hijas. Doctora,
I'm really
yo
nervous.
estoy bien nerviosa, doctora. Yo
I need your help.
necesito que usted me ayude. Yo quiero saber de mis hijas.
I want to know where my daughters are. Let me tell you something.
Déjame decirte una cosa.
If something happens to my girls, you're done.
Déjame decirte una cosa. Pues
I'm warning you right now. Boy, this is fast moving. And it is in a, would you say, Hawk, a Mexican courtroom or whatever?
estoy advirtiendo ahora mismo. Te lo estoy advirtiendo ahora mismo. Empieza
Get on your knees this instant and start begging God
a rogarle a Dios ahora mismo de rodillas de que tus hijas
for your daughters to still be alive.
estén vivas. Porque la posibilidad de
There's a very high chance those girls will never
que
return
esas niñas ni regresen a Puerto Rico jamás es
to
alta.
Puerto Rico.
Y de que estén
And there's even a higher chance
prostituyéndolas es súper alta.
they're being prostituted. No shit.
Y de que las maten
And the chance of them being killed to eliminate evidence
para eliminar la evidencia es
are even
alta.
higher
¿Estoy
than
diciendo
that.
mentira? ¿Estoy diciendo mentira? Por $500.
For $500.
A un hijo no sabe
You don't sell your children for all the money in the world. For damn sure.
por nada. Y tú por $500 rentaste a tus hijas. Tú eres una loca. Aparte que eres una mentirosa que te violó.
You're the one who tried to rape him.
No, que trató de violarlo fuiste tú. Estará tú eres.
You have no shame. I know y'all probably getting sick and tired of me starting and stopping this thing, but I don't know if y'all can see what they're saying or not. So
¿Cómo es posible
how could someone like you have had children?
que tú hayas parido? ¿Cómo es posible?
How, damn it?
¿Sabes cuánta
Do you know how many people out there really want a
gente
child?
hay por ahí que quiere un hijo de verdad? Y tú los regalas.
And you're giving yours away? I didn't give them away, she said, and she ought to add, I sold them.
Las vendiste
You sold them for $500, you piece of garbage.
por $500, o pedazo de porquería.
She's trash.
Pedazo de
You're
porquería
pure
que
garbage.
eres. Tú fuiste.
Let me tell you something very painful, folks.
Y les voy a contar algo, señores. Les voy a contar algo muy doloroso. Está una
This is a trend in Puerto Rico right
modalidad
now.
en Puerto Rico ahora. La situación
The economic situation is so serious
económica está tan difícil que la
that people are selling off their kids, evidently.
gente llega a vender a sus hijos. La van a
They're going to rape them, corrupt them. Things much worse than that, even.
violar, las van a violar, las van a pervertir y las van
And they're going to kill them. That's exactly what I was thinking.
a matar por tu culpa.
And it's all your fault.
Causa probable para... Aquí hay
Probable cause we need to find a way to save those girls.
que investigar a ver de qué manera esas niñas se salvan.
She's coming with me straight to the police station.
Y hay que contactar a las...
Call CIA, Interpol, everyone. It ain't gonna do no good to call CIA or Interpol either, I wouldn't imagine.
Si al Interpol, usted hace, yo hago
We'll make all the necessary phone calls, the police says,
las llamadas necesarias, le damos copias de este
and give them copies of the evidence.
video.
Please, ma'am,
Pídele a Dios que tus hijas no se mueran.
pray to God your daughters are still alive.
Pídele a Dios que no. Y déjame decirte, 5 años
And guess what? The 5 years he served for you are going to be nothing. I guess that's her husband or boyfriend or something standing there at the next lectern. I mean, I don't know. I didn't hear that part. So
que cumplió él por ti no va a ser nada a lo que vas a cumplir.
compared to what you're going to serve,
Tú te vas a podrir en la calle.
you're going to rot in jail, and I hope you do.
Ojalá te pudras. Ojalá te pudras. Pero tú no
You're
vales
worthless.
nada. Nada.
Worthless.
Nada.
She swore she would take care of them if I took the blame.
Ok. Si la gente
If only people knew how serious human trafficking is. No shit.
supiera lo serio que es lo de las tratas humanas. ¿Cuántos seres
So many people are kidnapping children.
humanos están robándose, llevándose niños? Y hay ciertos países más
And sadly, many Latin countries are more susceptible.
susceptibles. Tristemente son países latinos. ¿Sí o no?
Isn't that right? Yes, ma'am.
Sí, doctora, donde está la pobreza y la necesidad.
Wherever there's poverty,
Ahí está.
you'll find it.
Y la vida de esta
These are 6-year-old girls. Oh, my goodness. I mean, it'd be bad enough to let anybody run off the 14, 15-year-old girl. But 6? Give me a break.
personas, estas son niñas de 6 años. De 6 años. Esto no
They're not passing out candies at parties.
es para amenizar fiestas dando caramelitos. Esas niñas
They're going to destroy those girls.
las van a destrozar posiblemente. ¿Ok? $500. Debería dar vergüenza.
You should be ashamed.
Escucha lo que te voy a decir. Aquí va a haber una investigación internacional de todo esto. Yo te voy a
It's going to be a full-blown investigation. I'm going to give you everything you've asked for.
conceder a ti todo lo que tú me has pedido si aparecen esas niñas.
If the girls turn up,
Si no aparecen,
if they don't,
estas son las
these are the consequences of knowing lunatics like this.
consecuencias de una cabeza loca como esta.
My. Boy, what a butt kicker. I mean, that pretty much explains to you the situation of the world and a lot of the places in the world anyway. Lord. All right, now let's listen to a little bit of Mr. Robert F. Kennedy here.
In my new book, I talk about the history of the U.S. bioweapons program. And from the beginning, the CIA was running the bioweapons program. Why? Because we didn't have a bioweapons program after World War II. And the CIA's first operation was called Operation Paperclip. And it was an operation to get all the bioweapons and nuclear and chemical scientists out of Germany and Japan, where they had an extensive bioweapons program. The Japanese had a horrendous program where they did live vivisections on 3,000 people. You know, they killed them all during the operation, removing their infected organs while they were alive with no anesthesia. And these were horrible, horrible scientists. The CIA elevated them, brought them over to Fort Detrick, downloaded them, and made them the heads of hospital systems and pharmaceutical companies in Japan, and continued to work with them. And they brought all the German scientists over here. And then they did all these experiments unwittingly on the American public. They sprayed toxins in National Airport. They sprayed them in the Pentagon air conditioning system. They put poison water in NIH. They put light bulbs filled with bacteria that they broke on the grates and contaminated the New York City subway system. Some of those microbes still in the subway today. They did aerial dosing and from ships of about 60 million Americans. They dosed San Francisco, Los Angeles, New York, Virginia, Norfolk, Virginia. All of the seaside towns were dosed from the air, and a lot of the Midwestern cities were also dosed. All unwitting. They did 200 outdoor tests on Americans unwitting. And they developed bioweapons that by 1969 had a nuclear equivalent. They could kill people at 29 cents per death, according to a CIA study, which they're bragging about. And then in 69, President Nixon shocks the world by going to Fort Detrick and ending the U.S. bioweapons program. He was worried that we were creating bioweapons that could be reproduced for nothing. They were kind of a poor man's nuclear bomb. Anybody could reproduce them and we were publishing how you did it. So they were giving blueprints to foreign nations to create these things that could be used against us. And he said, why are we doing this? We have nuclear bombs. We don't need these things. And we have a monopoly on nuclear bombs. 7 nations have them. We've agreed not to give them to anybody else. Why are we letting these guys get, weapons that are going to be turned against us? So he shut down the whole program. The Pentagon destroyed all of its bioweapons, but the CIA went into Fort Detrick right before the Pentagon went in there and took cultures of all the different weapons and hid them in a warehouse. A lot of it was in New York City and Washington, D.C.
Good night, chap. Love you, brother. Have a great, restful night and a blessed Sunday. We'll see you on the next one, I hope.
See, and they continued. We signed the Bioweapons Treaty, which Nixon, one of the great accomplishments of Nixon, he got all the nations in the world to sign it. We signed the Geneva Convention finally after delaying it for 50 years. The CIA was breaking the law the entire time. Then, in 2001, in June, the CIA sponsors the first of its pandemic simulations. It simulates a biological attack on Washington, D.C. by Saddam Hussein. This is in June 2001. That simulation got international press, and a lot of the CIA people like Judith Miller from the New York Times was promoting it, going around doing all the talk shows. It triggered 2 Senate hearings, one by Joe Biden's committee. And that hearing was in September 2001. What happened in September 2001? The 9/11. So that hearing was going on during 9/11. As soon as 9/11 happened, the neocons, which were working on all this stuff with the CIA, pulled out the Patriot Act, a 350-page statute from a shelf where it had been waiting for a while. And in 1 week said, we want to pass this in a week. There's only one member of Congress who read it, which was Dennis Kucinich. And he went crazy and said, you have no idea this is the end of American democracy if you do this. It allows the CIA to spy on Americans. One of the things the Patriot Act did is it did not get rid of the Geneva Convention or the Bioweapons Treaty, but it said no federal official can be prosecuted for violating those 2 statutes. So it reopened the bioweapons arms race globally. And a week after, when the Patriot Act was being debated and it was being held up by 2 senators, there was an anthrax attack on the US Capitol. It was blamed on Saddam Hussein. And the neocons all said, see, we were right in the pandemic simulation. Saddam Hussein attacked us. And we used that as a justification to go to war against Saddam Hussein. And within 2 days, we passed the Patriot Act. Who got the anthrax? 2 Senate offices. Tom Daschle and Patrick Leahy, the 2 senators who were blocking the Patriot Act. The FBI did a 1-year investigation. They said this anthrax was unique. It was Ames anthrax, and there's only one place in the world it could have come from, Fort Detrick, the CIA lab. So we went to war, we passed the Patriot Act, and immediately started giving $2 billion a year to bioweapons development. The Pentagon didn't want to do it because it was nervous about the legality, because it was a death penalty to violate the Geneva Convention. Oh, you would have been committing a war crime, even if somebody told you it was okay. It wasn't. And so they funneled it through DTRA and DARPA. They funneled all of that money to NIH, to NIAID, which became the primary spear tip of bioweapons development. So Tony Fauci became the bioweapons czar in 2001. His budget went up by $2.2 billion. he was personally given a 68% raise from the military. That's why he was the highest paid individual in the federal government, because he was getting this 68% bonus every year from the military. But it meant that he could not stop. And the thing the military wanted was gain-of-function studies, where they could take wild viruses and turn them into bioweapons. And bioweapons development always includes vaccine development, because unlike chemical weapons, with bioweapons, there's always blowback. It's called the boomerang effect. If you give your enemy bubonic plague, your guys are going to get it first, too. They're going to get it quickly. So the only way you can deploy a bioweapons is if you have already developed a vaccine. So the race is to develop a vaccine simultaneously with bioweapons, and then you can deploy the bioweapons, and your enemy will take a couple of years to develop the vaccine. And you can inoculate all of your team. So in 2014, 3 of Tony Fauci's bugs escaped from federal labs. And their escapes were public. And it caused a huge brouhaha. There were Senate hearings, and people were immensely upset. And 300 scientists wrote letter.
Good night, Miss Vicki. Thanks for joining us, and I hope you have a great restful night and a blessed Sunday and next week. Good night, Vicki. And yeah, I saw y'all talking about the coaches, you know, and what y'all are saying is exactly right. Won't go any further than that, for obvious reasons, I hope.
Wrote a petition to President Obama saying you have to shut down Tony Fauci. He's going to cause a global pandemic. And Obama declared a moratorium and ordered Fauci to shut down the 18 studies he was then doing. As I show in my book, he didn't do it. He instead took that science and he moved it offshore to the Wuhan lab and to the Ukraine. And when he did that, he was not the only one who did it. Tony Fauci spent about $29 million on gain-of-function science in Wuhan. But the CIA spent over $100 million. And the military spent about that much too, about $64 million. And the CIA funneled the money, most of it through USAID. But they also, the CIA, as we now know, was also running this organization called the EcoHealth Alliance, which Fauci was funneling his money through. It was like a laundromat where they funneled federal money so that their fingerprints would not be visible on those studies. And so that's important to understand now. Just to get to the final thing, in my book, and Tony Fauci, if any of you end up reading the book, that last chapter talks about all of these pandemic simulations. I've been studying the CIA for much of my adult life. Because of my family's relationship, I wrote a book, which to me is my best book, American Values. And it is the story of my family's 60-year fistfight with the CIA, which began with my grandfather, Joseph Kennedy, who served on the Hoover Commission in 1955 and recommended the disbanding of the CIA's plans division. Its division that was fixing elections and assassinating leaders and all of that. So the CIA never forgave my family for that. And then when my uncle came in, after the Bay of Pigs, he fired the top 3 officials, Bissell and Goodell and Alan Dulles, who then made himself the head of the Warren Commission 3 years later. And when my uncle died, he told a reporter, I'm glad the little shit is dead. He thought he was a god. And so I know a lot about the CIA. I've gotten their manuals. I paid over $1,000 to get these manuals because they're training manuals from MK Ultra, and MK stands for mind control, MK Naomi, MK Dietrich. It all came out of Fort Detrick and NIH. and then 150 colleges around our country where they were funding these studies. And if you look at what they do in these simulations, they're using all of these techniques that they developed in colleges, college laboratories, social scientists and other scientists, medical scientists for years who were studying how do you control individual behavior, but also mass behavior? How do you induce mass psychosis? How do you create Manchurian candidates? How do you do all these? They had all these colleges studying these, and how do you impose centralized foreign control on indigenous populations? By coming into a country, by using propaganda, by using fear, by sowing chaos, by destroying relationships, destroying faith in institutions, driving people apart and creating chaos so they will invite in an authority who will give them peace and safety. And all of these mind control techniques are designed to accelerate that process. And they study the Stockholm syndrome, for example. If you lock people, down, they become grateful to their captors, and they become angry at the people who criticize their captors. And they believe that the only way that they can escape this confinement is through total obedience and total compliance to their jailers. But one of the most interesting experiments was called anyway, I'll think of it. It was Milgram. And there was a associate scientist at Yale, a sociologist called Stanley Milgram, who was part of the MK Ultra program. And he conducted this experiment where he recruited subjects from every walk of American life. There were students, there were professors, there were business people, there were blacks, whites, everybody from the New Haven area. And he would put this subject in a chair at a table where there was a dial in front of them that they could administer an electric shock to a person who was tied in the chair in the next room, who they told was tied in a chair, but he was actually a Confederate of Milgram's. He was an actor. And when they turned this dial up and administered the supposed electric shock, they could hear the man in the other room screaming, shouting, begging, struggling, pleading with them, crying. And most of the people who were participating in this experiment begged to stop. A lot of them were crying and telling the doctor was standing behind them saying, turn it up, turn it down, turn it higher, turn it down, turn it even higher, turn it down. And 67% of them turned it up to 250 volts where it was marked potentially fatal. 67%, and you can go on Wikipedia and look this up. The Milgram experiment. But 33% of the people got up and walked out. And what Milgram said, that for 67% of the people, if you have an authority figure that has some imprimatur of legitimacy, like a doctor's title, that 67% of people will take his orders, even if it means violating their most sacred values. They'll go against everything they believe in. And to me, it occurred to me many times during that 2020 that we were all involved in this huge Milgram experiment, and that Anthony Fauci was, Dr. Milgram telling us you can violate the Constitution, you can censor speech, you can close churches, you can shut businesses, you can ban jury trials, and you can, tell people what they can and can't do, and you can gaslight them and marginalize them and vilify them, and no cruelty is too great for somebody who disobeys. And what I would say to you is that 33% of the people walked out, and the people in this room are the 33% who wouldn't be told what to do. And, you know, what our job is now is to fight for the 67%.
Wobbly Boots,
Till they wake
what's
up
Good to
and
see
till
you,
they're
brother.
able to fight for themselves, to restore the freedoms that all of us believe in. And I'll leave you with 3 thoughts. One is that any power that government takes from the people, it will never return voluntarily. Number 2 rule, every power that government takes, it will ultimately abuse to the maximum extent possible. And number 3, nobody ever complied their way out of totalitarianism. The only thing we can do is resist. Thank you all very much.
I just saw this from Wall Street Silver, and it's got 4.7 million views. So let's just start there. It says his days are numbered, referencing me. They will make it look like an accident. He is likely correct. The CIA does this, and it is used for blackmailing their assets in high places to keep them in line. Hollywood actor Jim Caviezel says CIA operates world's biggest pedophile ring. Well, let me explain something to all of you in the world that think that I'm a little girl and I'm afraid of you. I'm not scared in the least bit. God brought me into Hollywood to become an actor. He asked me to do that. He was my intel officer, the greatest God, the only God. And he loved me enough to give me a purpose in my life because I was the lowest of the low at that time. And I would gladly trade my life to save these little ones because the screaming that I heard was so horrific. I can't sleep at night. At 3 a.m, for whatever reason, I can hear it.
It is the fastest growing international crime network that the world has ever seen. It has already passed the illegal arms trade, and soon it's going to pass the drug trade. Because you can sell a bag of cocaine one time to a child 5 to 10 times a day. God's children are not for sale.
How long have you been doing this?
12 years now.
How many pedophiles you got?
288.
How many kids you found?
Timoteo, por rescatar niños, ¿verdad? ¿Puedes ayudarme a encontrar a mi hermana?
Te lo prometo.
For Homeland Security, you know we can't go off rescuing Honduran kids in Colombia.
Which means she'll disappear for good. Imagine walking into a room right now, seeing an empty bed. What we do?
You quit your job and you go and rescue those kids.
So at this moment, she could be a block down the road, or she could be at Moscow, Bangkok, LA. She's a major operator.
It's all rebel territory. No one goes in. Not the army, not the police, not us.
What if this was your daughter?
There's no Marine unit coming.
You're on your own. This job tears you to pieces. And that's just my one chance. Put those pieces back together.
God.
Well, that's just a commercial for a movie that's been out for a while. But let's see, MOP says, wasn't George head of intelligence? And oh, she's asking Craig. Okay. But anyway, yeah, George Sr. was head of the CIA for quite a while there. And yes, Miss Minor Sue, to yours also, your question there also, it definitely was, sure. It was SHERFF, if I'm not mistaken. But anyways, let's see here. Play this one from Hawk, and then we'll do something else. Showing there.
Rouen Cathedral, something almost literally out of Jules Verne. This car can cruise at speeds of up to 70 odd miles an hour on water. The energy factor, of course, is hydrogen, which, as any schoolboy knows, is contained in water in the ratio of 2 parts to 1 of oxygen. A formula described by Jules Verne more than 100 years ago. So what have we been waiting for? The engine can also power a generator, to provide light and heat. And what's more, it's pollution-free. The car's already run for well over 1,000 miles, and the promoters say the scheme is practical and a commercial proposition. Fuel on tap, in fact. An ordinary day in an ordinary supermarket.
Hello there, Generally Pacific, and welcome, brother. Good to see you. Welcome, welcome. All right, and I think I'm going to play this one more video here from Silver Girl, and then call it a night. What do y'all say? Don't really matter. I mean, just being curious there, nosy. All right, so here we go.
What is climate change? I mean, I think the question that the young lady asked over here is very valid. Young people are highly intelligent, but I wonder whether they're being told, or which they're entitled to, all the facts in relation to this. When I asked, well, just around, Alice, you've been speaking for most of the night. When I asked Tanya Plibersek, was the deputy leader of the Labor Party and the potential deputy prime minister, was carbon dioxide the big issue in relation to climate change? And she said yes. I then said, well, that being the case, what percentage of the atmosphere is made up of carbon dioxide? What is causing climate change? Is it carbon dioxide?
Yes, carbon dioxide pollution is a major contributor.
Okay, so can I ask you, this is not a trick question, what percentage of the Earth's air is carbon dioxide?
Oh, I don't know.
And I say, hang on, you don't know what percentage of the atmosphere is carbon dioxide, and yet you're prepared to stand the economy on its head to address a problem, the detail of which you don't know. So when I then explained that the percentage of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, Alice, is how much? Alice, how much of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere?
To answer the question, Scott Morrison has said he believes in climate change and that he wants to do something about it.
Alice, how much carbon dioxide is the problem? How much carbon dioxide is there in the atmosphere?
I'm not a scientist. I don't know.
Well, hang on. If you're going to argue the case, you ought to know it's 0.04%. And of that 0.04%, human beings around the world create 3%. And of that 3%, Australia creates 1.3%. But if carbon dioxide is 0.04% of the atmosphere, and human beings are responsible for 3% of that 0.04%, and Australia is responsible for 1.3% of the 3% of the 0.04%, it's like saying there's a granule of sugar on the Harbour Bridge. Clean the bridge up, it's dirty. Surely if a political party doesn't know the quantum of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, what the hell are we standing the economy on its head for? Demonising coal-fired power, driving everyone into renewable energy, which is not available, not reliable and not affordable, plonking us in electric cars, giving us nearly the dearest electricity in the world when we're rich in energy resources, exporting coal so that China and India and Japan can have cheap electricity. And we sit here swallowing this ideological rubbish, putting industry at risk, jobs at risk, and burying the economy.
Good night, Miss Lisa. Have a great one, girl. All right, and I think that's all of that one. All right, so going out the door, as Miss Karen so politely asked a while ago, I'm going to play this one by Big Chow, which most of the time I always forget, but so here we go. Oops, I turned the speaker on.
Bring in the LED. He's on.
You're gonna be a bad mother.
Thank you, beautiful V, for watching, girl. I really appreciate you and pray you're all right.
I've been selling my soul, working
Good night,
all
Debbie.
day, overtime hours for bullshit pay, so I can sit out here and waste my life away, drag back home and drown my troubles away. It's a damn shame what the world's gotten to for people like me, people like you. Wish I could just wake up and it not be true, but it is. Oh, it is.
But I've got to say something here right quick now. Miss Karen, if Chap chews me out for playing this again, then I want to send him to you. I'm just kidding. I know Chap ain't going to. I think he loves it when it's played. But I will send him to you.
Living in the new world with an whole soul. These rich men north of Richmond, Lord knows they all just want to have total control. Want to know what you think, want to know what you do, and they don't think you know, but I know that you do. 'Cause your dollar ain't shit, and it's taxed to no end. 'Cause the rich men, 'cause the rich men. I wish politicians would look out for miners, and not just miners on an island somewhere. Lord, we got folks in the street, ain't got nothing to eat, and the obese milking welfare. God, if you're 5'3" and you're 300 pounds, taxes ought not to pay for your bags of fudge rounds. Young men are putting themselves 6 feet in the ground, 'cause all this damn country does is keep on kicking them down. Lord, it's a damn shame what the world's gotten to for people like me, people like you. Wish I could just wake up and it not be true, but it is. Oh, it is. Living in the new world with an whole soul. These rich men north of Richmond, Lord knows they all just want to have total control. Want to know what you think, want to know what you do, and they don't think you know, but I know that you do. 'Cause your dollar ain't shit, and it's taxed to no end. 'Cause the rich men, north of rich men. I've been selling my soul, working all day, overtime hours for bullshit pay.
And that's the name of that tune. Way to go, Chap. Way to go making that video. And my brother Steve Harlow here is right. We do have a show coming up tomorrow. I don't know if you mentioned it there or not. Yeah, he did. But anyway, our show, mine and his show on Steve's channel tomorrow will be coming up at 4:30 tomorrow afternoon. It's every Sunday afternoon at 4:30 on his channel one week and mine the next. So if y'all ain't got nothing better to do tomorrow and you want to drop by, it sure would be great. Steve says he's been here the whole time. Well, why ain't you said something? Good seeing you, Steve. Love you, brother. And Miss Karen, I know, and I know right here, I think it's the one. I was just joking about that, about Chap. He did say that at one time, but he was joking too, in which I knew at the end. But anyway, I was just playing. Didn't mean anything in the world by it. Amanda says, wonderful show, Ronnie. Hope you have a nice, and same to you, Amanda. And thanks for joining us tonight. I really appreciate it. Appreciate everybody being here, as always. Thanks to each and every one of you folks. Chad's D. Chad's 1. Thank you, Chads. Appreciate that all the way from the UK. It's a long way. Appreciate it, brother, for watching, or sister, whichever one the case may be. But anyway, thanks to all you guys, and I'm going to sign off and get the heck on out of here before I get kicked out again, by, the people. Thank you, Leanne. Appreciate you. Love you, Miss Minor Sue, and thanks for always being here, Miss Minor Sue. I truly appreciate it. More than y'all know. And V says, Steve, I like you, but I love Ronnie. No, she didn't say that. She could have, but she didn't. All right, Bruce. See you tomorrow, brother. Y'all all have a wonderfully blessed night and a wonderfully blessed tomorrow and an upcoming week. And I sincerely mean that. I have fans. I don't got one handy though, V. Thank you, V. See y'all at Steve's place tomorrow, I hope. If y'all ain't got nothing better to do and you want to be entertained with some good talk. Now, it is unfiltered, which means that the conversation can literally go anywhere. So, the way we normally do it is we let our guests more or less, lead the way to wherever they want to go. And that's what we talk about. Unless it's got to do with Steve's plumbing. And then we follow we follow whatever Steve says. We'll see y'all tomorrow. Thanks, everybody, and good night. Y'all have a blessed one.